Do it on my arm. Tats on my neck and my arm. Tats on my neck and my arm. Diamonds they wear on my arm. Tats on my neck and my arm. Tats on my neck and my arm. What? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bet. All right. Seems to be good. Seems to be good. Let me test a new feature that I just added. I added Nightbot. For anyone who wants to see the source code, because I finally added the code to a GitHub repository, so that way people can go to it if they want, or go and see it. So let me test it out really quick. This may not work, but damn it, dude. Should be good now. Whenever I start a stream, it always like has issues. I'm not exactly too sure why, but it's fine though. I think we're okay now. Alright, so Nightbot does work. That's what I wanted to check and see. Does it have my voice cutting in and out? Maybe it's just my phone. I hope it's just my phone. That was the way on my arm. Seems good. Yeah, it seems fine. Okay, but alright, we can go now. We can go. Alright. So yeah, I added the code to a GitHub repo, so that way people can go and see it. If you want to see it, and you're watching this live, hit it's right here. It says it right there. But other than that, what I might do is for like the stream section for my channel, I'll probably just include the link in the description. So hey, yeah. That was the way on my arm. Tats on my neck and my arm. Tats on my neck and my arm. Alright, but it's there. Perfect. Oh shit. Alright. I don't even know I don't have any plans for today, I'll be honest. I have no plans for this stream. We're just gonna get to work. See where we end up, you know what I'm saying? So everything should work properly right now. So let's just test it really quick, and we'll kind of see what we want to go ahead and add on to. So did a bunch of git stuff. Hold on. Oh, I gotta go ahead and recompile everything. Hold on. The main boss character combat. Okay, I knew I was spelling that wrong. What am I, dyslexic? Okay. Enemy. Game. We already did main. It should be it. We will see if that's the case. Okay. Alright. Welcome Player name Soulbite. All right, and then we should probably add a get ignore for the a.exe because I'm just gonna keep forgetting about that every single time. I need to change my music in my ear. I always. Um, Send me your location. Let's focus on communication. That's good. All right. So, okay. So we have choose an option. Go ahead and print our current stats. So we added the leveling system yesterday. We're starting our player out on level 4 and printing stats, the health stats, attack stats, defense stats, and the status of that of our player, which is that they are alive. The reason I added this is because I intend to someday have like party members, so like you can see like which of your allies are dead and which of them are alive. And I don't know, we could add like a feature where like we can like revive them or something. I don't know. But that's the reason that's there. So yeah, so the fight system works well. We debugged that. Excuse me, we debugged that a lot yesterday. So we print battle has begun, Soulbite versus Rat, displays the stats for both. You get the option of attacking or defending, and we really debugged how the attacking actually works, which is really good. That was needed, very much so. So yeah, so we can go through this and we can fight, which is sick. The battling system is very basic right now. You basically either just attack or you defend. You don't do anything else. Just one of those two options, basically. So I want to make it, I mean, there's multiple different things that we can do today. One of which is like, we can maybe, I don't know. I kind of want to add more classes because right now all we have is the warrior class, and I kind of want to add like a system where you can create your character basically. Like right now you all that you do is you fill in your character's name, like the player's name. You don't fill in anything else. So what I'm thinking is I want to add more classes that the character can choose from, like warrior, mage, healer, archer. I mean, you know, just different stuff like that. But if I do that, if we have a mage class, then what I'm thinking is we might want to add like skills. And by skills I mean like those special skills that characters can do in RPGs. So like, you know, if you're magic, you can do like a fireball, or if you're like an archer, you could do like a long shot, or I don't know, something like that. So what we might have to do first before we do anything is create the, what did I change here? Huh? What was added? Confused. These look the exact same. Okay, I'm just not gonna worry about that. Wait, what? Okay, alright, whatever. Anyways, so what we can do today is essentially just, we can add skills. We can add that kind of system. And from there, we can create more classes. And then from there, we can do, like, you can have, like, certain allies or something. Like a party, basically, like a little party system. For the player to go through. And then from there, I think I'm going to take a break on this project. I think I'm going to start working on a different project for whenever my next stream is. It won't be tomorrow, but it'll be somewhere. I just noticed this is outing my name, but whatever. Who cares? You guys will probably find out eventually. All right. So yeah, I guess the first objective is just to create a skill system. So a player can have a skill basically, or players can have skills. And what we might want to do is we might want to create a system where we can easily create skills. We can have like, yeah. So what we'll do is we'll make a skill.h, skill.c++ files, and then we will basically just make it, create the blueprint basically for creating a skill. And then in a separate file, we can create those skills and actually have them exist basically. And then we can just add those skills to certain players or certain classes actually would be ideal. But another thing too is like, it would be nice if we could have skills be unlocked by levels, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves right now. Let's just work on what we need to work on. So I'm gonna delete this first. Yeah, so let's do skill.h, skill.c++. Okay. So we'll start here. I'm gonna need my laptop to not turn off today. Fine. Skill H. Do end if. Okay. Class skill. So yeah, let's kind of think about this. What do we want a skill? What do we want a skill to do? Or like, what do we want to be in a skill? I guess we can do like type, because what I'm thinking is we could do. You know what I might do? Let me bring up a document, and I'll show you guys on stream too. You guys, like, there's anyone watching? Yeah, okay. So let's just do. Let me show you guys. Too much perfect. Not too much perfect. There we go. Flashbang my face. They need to make a dark mode for Google Docs, bro. Okay. So skill.h, skill.c++. So what we want to do is we want, it's like just a class to create skills. Basically, that's what it does. And holds the following members. So what members do we want to be held? I guess one of the first things is like the type of skill. So like type or skill type, let's do that. Like it can be either magic or not magic, not magic. Like basically like this will determine like if it's like if, because we're gonna have to create a different attribute as well for the character, which will include, I can write that up here actually, which will include either stamina or I don't know, we could do like, I mean we could do a resource stat. No, but then again, like, I don't know. Maybe what we could do instead is we can make those specific stats be specific to whatever the we could just add, yeah, okay, here's what I'm thinking actually. Let me go back to the IDE really quick. Okay. Look at me dead in my eyes. I know that you know that it ain't lie. Too much respect. All my shawty BDs, they know what to try. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. I think we do like a boolean here. That's just like skill type. So this will kind of like determine if they have stamina or if they have mana. Right? So a mage would have mana, but a swordsman would have, or a warrior would have stamina. So this will just be a boolean to determine that. And then as far as the constructor for that, I mean, we can maybe just set it to Wait, skill type Boolean. Hold on, wait. So like what if it's true, it's hold on. We'll just do Boolean because I mean excuse me. It's either gonna be this or that. We might wanna do like is magic. Because it's kinda like a check, dude. My voice needs to chill out. So yeah, what we can do is this is just like a is magic. And by default, we'll just set it to false. Is magic false. Okay. Mama hit my phone and said rap's no good. Better than telling me the check's no good. Alright. Magic. Switch back. Not a very good streamer. It's either magic or stamina. Okay. So then number two can be like, I don't know, what else does like a skill need? I guess a skill would need like its damage, like its how much damage it does. Or maybe we could do a couple of booleans actually. We might actually need more than one boolean. Cause like some skills, like for instance, if I do a healer, we would want it to be like, you know, some skills will either be meant for an ally, or some skills will be meant an ally or yourself, or some skills would be meant for the enemy. So it's either like a damaging skill or it's not a damaging skill. So it's like we could do yeah, so we can do like damaging skill? No, it's attack skill. Just a boolean. True or false. Skill type. Let's change this to is magic as well. And yeah, attack skill will be either true or false as well. Okay. And then do we need, I'm trying to think if we need any other skills. I don't really think so. I mean, should be okay, I think, personally. Sorry, I had to check my stream really quick, make sure it was okay. Yeah. Okay. So it is magic. Does it attack? And I guess maybe we could do like a what kind of attack? Like, does it have like a range attack? Like, does it attack multiple enemies, or does it attack just one? Right? So we could do like a wide attack check. I'm just trying to give myself some range to make multiple different types of skills if I want. So is magic, attack skill, and wide attack. So like, I feel like that's called something. I don't remember, but whatever. This dude is crazy mental, a SWAT hood hero. I was gonna see if maybe, I don't know. I was gonna look up and see like, I don't know, do we have, is that like, I don't know, like, is there like what's it called in RPG when skill attacks multiple enemies? I just want to make sure that my terminology is right. The area of attack, splash damage, multi-hit. Oh, we could also do a multi-hit. That's interesting. Sorry, I'm just learning about the terminology right now. Group attack. Group attack. Okay, so we can call it group attack. Yeah. Group attack. I mean, something else we could do is we could do like a multi-hit, right? So like, is it a multi-hit? You know what I should do, just to like start this off? I feel like all of my, the way that I have all of this stuff named is not, very good. Because it's all in camel case, which is not, I mean, it doesn't matter, but it's like, it kind of matters, I don't know. I don't know, I'm so used to doing camel case. Hold on. Because I don't know, obviously C++ isn't. Whatever. I just won't worry about it. I noticed that I did all of it in camel case yesterday, and I was like, oh, jeez. So, I just won't worry about it though. So, yeah, okay, let's go back to the thing. So, multi-hit would be cool. It's like, if it's true, then multi-hit. You know what we should do for the attacking system, before we kind of do this, maybe we should have it where... I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of, like, how we can make this more scalable, because right now, the attacking system, I need to have some macros, dude, so that way I can do this a little faster. The attacking system is here, in the character file, right? And so, I don't know how I feel about that, because, like, what if I want to add, like, RNG, for instance, right? Like a roll dice kind of thing. I don't know. I may not worry about it right now. But then again, like, in the future, what if I add it and then all the skills, because, like, I'm thinking about it like this too, like, the damaging, like, the way that damage is taken from enemies, or, you know, from whatever, I feel like that may need to be, we may need to, like, I'm thinking about doing, like, a separate file for that, and just having, like, a separate system for that entirely, so that way we can just kind of not have all of this. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that might be more organized, essentially. Hold on. Let me see if there's, like, I don't know. How do most people do it? I'm just curious. Because right now we have, like, the whole take damage functions in the character class. I don't know how good that is, if I'm being honest. Because I want it to be kind of consistent, like, we might need to do, yeah, I'm thinking we do a, it's like, we would have to do, so we might need to make a attack system first before we do any of this, if I'm being honest. Yeah, we really might have to. I'm gonna delete these for right now because we might have to really make sure that we can do this first. I'll just commit these changes to the main branch. Because I mean, I don't really want to I don't want to have to like delete all these things and stuff, so so I guess my first feature will be an attack system. So like we'll just be basically refactoring essentially kind of how the whole attack system works right now. So added, what did we do? We added members. Added what type of members? We added skill members, characters. And I guess that is a good idea because we kind of want to go ahead and just have that done. What happened? Huh? Is that rejected? Get push origin main. Huh? Really? Interesting. Give me 1 second, bro. Oh, good old GitHub. So what, do I have to pull? I guess that's pretty easy. Yeah, it's get fetch origin. Right? Get now can we do it? Oh, we gotta do get pull. Oh jeez. Did we create a separate branch? What happened there? Gang, what? I'm tripping. What? Hold on. Get pull rebase origin. No, it's like, oh yeah, because I didn't do the stupid. Alright. Now can we do it? Does it even still have our changes? If it doesn't, I'm not even gonna worry about it. No, it does. Whatever. That's fine. We'll just go ahead and check out call it, what do we want to call it? Attack system. Oh, I guess. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Branch. Cool. That's all I care about. All right, so let's do this. So we need to create a separate attack system for this whole thing. All right, let's see how we can do this. Attack.h, attack.c++. Do we need to do like a separate, like, you know what I mean? Do we need to do like a separate thing for defending? Walking the bank and I flexing that boy. I flexing that boy with the bag. Yeah. That's on my neck. I'm like, mama, that boy. Where you get all of that cash? All right. So let's do this first. No, not include. def attack H, define attack H, and diff class attack. Okay. So as for the private, I'm thinking what we need to do is we need to have some different members. We need to have some members that kind of like hold the damage amount, basically, like the damage amount, the type of attack it is, like if it's a well, do we need that? Like if it's a, I'm trying to think. I don't think we need type. Excuse me. I don't think we need type. I think we just need the base damage, and then because we want to have like a should we do like crits? That'd be kind of sick, right? Like a critical attack. Let's just do the base damage first. Base DMG. Base DMG. We want some kind of RNG component. Like, that way it's not the same every time. Like, I don't know, because like, yeah, RNG, I feel like makes it a little bit more, I don't know, exciting. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. So, you do like base damage, and then we could do like a, like, how do attack systems work? Attack systems, RPGs. Like, are they all RNG? Very close to D&D, basically. So yeah. Yeah, let's just, I don't know. Nah, I mean, I think what we can do is we'll just do like the base attack, and what we can do is we can add a modifier. We can add like a modifier for certain skills. Like specific skills and like what they do, basically is what I'm thinking. Like, you know, if it's a certain skill, it can be calculated differently. Or like, I mean, if I add items in the future, you know, we can do like specific items can do a specific kind of modification. So we do a modifier, then we could do like a crit, like a critical. Critical chance, or like critical, is it like, will we just do crit? Like just, you know what I'm saying? I guess it could just be like, just do crit chance. Because I think what we'll do is we'll just, it will do like a random thing where like if they do something specific, then I don't know, they can get something. So, yeah, so let's see. Now we need to calculate the damage for an attack. Oh wait, one other thing though is we need to have like a character, like a character object. It'll be like the source of like who attacked. Character undefined. Is it, do we do character pointer? What is it? What? Am I tripping? Oh wait, because attack has no idea what a character is. That should be good now, right? Yeah, okay. So this is like the source, like we're gonna go based on the attack, like the attack statistic of the character, right? So that's what that's for. I feel like all of this can be public, right? We don't really need this to be private. Okay. And then we just do like a float compute DMG. And what would need to be passed in? Does anything need to be passed in? Compute damage. I guess we would pass in like the specific attack. Like whenever I do the skill system, we'd want to pass in the specific okay, this is kind of weird then, because I don't have a skill system yet. I'm trying to make an attack system, but I don't have a skill system yet. Ooh, that's true actually. Because that means that like if we were doing a skill system first, what we could do is we might need to do the skill system first. And what we can do is we can create a skill that is just the base attack. And so whenever the player hits, like just to do a basic attack, instead of defending, then it just calls that specific skill, which is just like the base attack skill. So I think we should do that first. Because what I'm thinking is we'd probably have to pass in the specific skill right here, because a lot of the damage that will be done will go based on the skill as well. It won't go just based on purely the source, which we will need for this, but at the same time, we're gonna need both, basically is what I'm trying to say. So let's let's compute damage. I'm trying to commit these changes. Get commit added attack files. Push main. Oh wait, that's not supposed to go to main. Damn it. Did I just add it to main? I mean, it doesn't matter because it's my project, but still. Why can I not even find my repository? What? It just doesn't exist anymore. There it is. I'm so confused. What did I just do, bro? Oh my god. Git branch. What branch are we in? Right. Now. Okay, mains. I'm checking the repository right now. It says that main doesn't even have it. So what we'll do instead. Okay, let me just try to do git push origin slash attack system. Is that what the name is? All right, that should do it. That should do it. Correct? Yeah, okay. That's why it wasn't showing, because it was okay. Cool. All right, so now let's just switch branches. We're gonna switch to switch. I'm gonna switch to a new one. And this one will be specifically for the skills. Skill system. Okay. Branch. Cool. All right, so let's make the skill system now. H. Let's go that. 6 plus. Okay. So now let's do the skill system because we're gonna need that. Because what I'm thinking is, like I already said, I want to have basically every attack come from some type of skill. So like whenever the player just does a normal attack, it's just the base attack skill, basically. Everyone has access to the base attack skill. And what we could also do is we could also make defending a skill as well. So it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we would need to do that too, because if we pass defense into calculate damage, it would change. Yeah, we'll have to do defense too. So those would be the main priorities first, before anything. So, alright, so we discussed a little bit of what we could do for a skill earlier. So we would need a lot of checks first, like the type of skill, so like skill type, or no, we did is magic. Yeah, is magic, because if it's a magic skill, then it would take mana instead of stamina, which we haven't added yet, but we intend to add. All right, and so Boolean is magic. What else do we say? Attack, like, is it a damaging skill? Is it a damaging skill? A group attack skill? Yeah, okay. Attack skill. Group attack. And a multi-hit. So these are just like checks, like, to determine how it should do damage, basically. Right? These are very important for calculating the actual damage too. So multi-hit, let me switch back to my browser really quick, that way you guys can see what I'm doing. Alright, so take a sip of my tea first. Alright, so I can't think of any more checks that we would need, so we might be good on that. Now, the damage, like, the damage of a skill. Maybe what we could do is, the skill, instead of it having like a specific like damage, what it can do is it can affect, I don't know if this is how some RPGs work, I'm not sure, but it can affect the modifier. Because if we have the base damage can come from the user's attack, like just their attack stat. And I don't know if this is how this should actually work, but we can have the skill be the modifier, so therefore it would go on that. I mean, it can go based on that, based on this base damage, and then modify it. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to, I mean, I want to do this the best way I can. It'll be a float, whatever the damage is. But, trying to think. I can't think. It's like we could just do, we could do hit points. Maybe do that, because like for instance, some of these won't be an attack skill. Some of them will be like a healing skill, for instance, right? So we want to see let's do, Because I also thought like it would be kind of cool to have like a skill that could like drain someone's mana. That'd be kind of sick. So we could do float points. I don't know if that's the right name for it. I'm terrible at naming variables, but maybe that's the right name. And so float points, multi-hit, group attack, attack skill is magic. Cost, we'll need to do cost. Cost of it, which like either cost this amount of mana or this amount of stamina, depending on the character's class. So cost, points, multi-hit, group attack, attack skill is magic. Am I missing something? I wonder. We're just gonna go. And yeah, so I'm trying to think, do we need like, I mean, of course we need a constructor. So let's just go ahead and we would need to take in like, you know, the boolean for magic, the boolean for attack, the boolean for group attack, the boolean for multi, and then we'll take in a P float, a C float for the constructor. And then we'll just do the destructor. Yeah, I was like, isn't that supposed to be virtual? All right. Let's see. Let's just hop over here first and get started on this. Skill.h. It's oh, not character. Skill, and we take in a float. Take in. Let's just copy this. Because why not? Okay. So now we can do is magic. So that equals the magic one. Attack skill. Set that to the attack boolean. Group attack. That's a group. The multi-hit, if I can spell multi to the multi-parameter. And then points equal to P. And then cost equal to C. Okay. Yeah, it's correct. There we go. Alright, so that's a constructor. Pretty easy. Should all of these be public? Is there a reason they shouldn't be? Like, let's just do all of these public. I don't really see why we can't, because I don't really want to make like a get function for all of these guys, if I'm being honest. So, well, actually, no. Nah. We'll do get functions. Get is magic. Const boolean. Get is attack skill. Const boolean. Because we're gonna need this for the attack system. So that's kind of what my thought process is behind this. Get is, but we don't need is for all these. Get group attack const boolean get multi-hit const. Okay. Oh shoot, bro, no one even told me because no one's in my chat. I'm still in the browser. Bro, I'm over here programming, bro, and y'all ain't even seeing nothing. That's crazy. My bad on that. My bad. I was over here programming, bro, for a minute. All right. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick though. Back. Get back to it. Um. Okay. Hold on one second. I'll tell you, ever since I started streaming, bro, people are just subscribing like crazy. Don't even know why. I'm not really good. I'm not really all that good. All right. So get multi-hit. Yeah. So I was for a little bit. I didn't have my actual. I didn't have my actual IDE on the screen. So here's the constructor. Here's the destructor. I got some get functions here. We got float points and float cost. I have no idea how long my screen wasn't showing, but that's what we have right now. So and then I created a constructor over here for the skill. So now that you're all caught up, so float get points. I need to move this. Get points const, then float get cost const. All right. So some get functions. We'll go ahead and do those two real quick. Skill get. Oh yeah, duh. Boolean skill get is magic. Is there a reason it's not showing? Okay, I guess it's just weird. And then yeah, we just return is magic. Pretty easy, pretty easy. Skill get attack skill const turn attack skill Boolean skill get group attack const turn group attack Boolean skill get turn multi hit, and then for the float values, the points. I don't really know how we're gonna have the points actually work right now, but I mean, we'll just start doing stuff. I don't know, just see where we end up. So that's kind of usually how I program. I don't recommend doing it that way, but that's how I do it. All right, so we got some getters, right? Constructor and destructor. Okay. So now let's I guess, is that it? I mean, I don't know what else we really need in terms of these. Like I feel like now we can just create some skills, and I guess the attack system, because like what I'm thinking that the attack system should handle how the damage is handled. But then again, should we also do like a excuse me, should we also do like another character pointer? That's really only needed. We don't need that, no, we don't need that. Not in skills, no. Let's create a HPP file. What does that stand for? Just a header file. Just a C++ header file. Okay. Whatever. Let's create a C++ header file that holds the skills itself. Skill list. Something like that. Or actually we can just call it skills with an S. Because we called the header file and all that skill, so we can just do this. Include skill.h. So what we could do is we could do a skill called base attack, and we would need to fill in the values. So let's see, is it a magic thing? False. Attack skill, yes. Hold on. I don't know how well you guys can see this screen, but it's not like anyone's here, so I'll get rid of it here in a second. So we have false, true, false, false. As far as points, Like how many hit points does it usually do? We can just do like 10. And then the cost, 0. Is that correct? Should be good, I think, on that. So the base attack, this is just like the normal attack that the character would do. Alright, so what we can do now, normal attack, like just a normal base attack. Let's go ahead and commit this. Okay, so now what I'm thinking is we can go over to the attack. Check out feature slash attack. Okay, and yeah, so now we can actually start working on the attack system. Which, wait, hold on, wait. It's very dependent on the skills, isn't it? Yeah, so what we might need to do is we might need to actually merge the I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna do a PR really quick. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. I'm just gonna do that. I don't wanna deal with whatever, so. Okay, alright, yeah, so it's added now. Perfect. Perfect. So, shoot. So we're in the attack system. Okay. All right, perfect. So now we can move forward. Okay. So what I'm thinking is now let's actually do the whole compute damage function. So there we go. So the base damage is going to come from just the points. Wait. Attack. Maybe this should be action. We should maybe instead call this an action system, because what if they're not attacking? What if it's like a heal? You know what I'm saying? What if it's like a heal thing? I'm trying to think of how I really would like to do this. Oh, nice. Thanks, Canvas. I mean, this might be better. It might be better to call this an action system, because we intend to add like a heal skill and stuff like that. So it doesn't really make much sense to do it like this. But then again, like, is it always going to be Let's just do action because I want the skill to be passed into the action. The action does the computation and then decides what to do to the target, basically. So let's just rename this entire thing. How do you rename a GitHub branch? I forgot. Yeah, we'll just call this action instead. Just, I don't know, it makes more sense. And because we're doing it like this instead, we might need to change some things. How do you change the branch name? Let me look it up. GitHub, change branch name. Oh, so M. Okay, that's cool. Let's do that then. Git branch M. We'll call it feature. Instead of attack system, it's going to be the action system. I think that's better. Yeah. All right, cool. So let's yeah, so now that it's like an action system, I guess we can do the computing a little bit differently now, because what we want to do is we want this function right here to basically return actually, I don't know, because like it'll return something. We might need to store two different things, actually. We might need to store the source and the target instead. Store the source and the target. And instead, this just handles the entire action. You know? Void action, basically. We'll definitely need to do a, yeah, a constructor, of course. So, let's, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's actually... Cool. So let's go ahead and do the constructor. Base damage, let's just do base points. A modifier, a crit chance. And then I guess we should do like, for an action, we should probably get the type of action, or do we need that? Because we can get that from... We do want to, oh shoot. We do want to store the skill. So we're going to include skill. Because we, my chair's on a wire. Okay. We need to, you know, be able to access what we need from the skill. So let's go ahead and go over here. Oh, wait, not that. Action.h. That's what we need. So do action, action. And so what do we need to pass in for action? We'll need obviously the base points. Call it P. Float. M. Float. C. And then a character pointer S, character pointer T, and then a skill pointer to skill. No, wait. SK. Let's do that. Yeah, sure, that works. Just copy this really quick. Bring it over here. Right, so base points P we'll do the modifier M, the crit chance C, source S, and then target ragged, target T, skill, that's K. That should be good, I think. Yeah. So we'll just do those. Okay. Yeah, and then destructor, yeah. That's what I'm forgetting. I forgot to do it here too, I think. Yeah. Whatever, let's do it. It's pretty easy. All right. So now we can do the actual action, right? And I guess we have access to all of these guys. Whenever the action is created, wait. I don't know, let's just start working. Void, action, action. Okay. So this will be the actual action of I just thought about it too. We're kind of, I don't know, this is kind of interesting because it's not really, You know, as far as the modifier, the crit chance, and all that kind of stuff, I feel like we only really need to pass in these three. Like, we don't need to pass in all these other guys. Like, for right now, they can equal 0. Just so they're not, like, null values. But, like, I just don't really see the need in passing those in because these values are dependent on these three, right? We don't really need in fact, what we could do is we could get the base points. We can get the base point, we can get the modifier. I still don't even know how the modifier is gonna work. We might just scratch that for right now, honestly. I just don't see the reason for it. We're gonna scratch that for right now. It's just, I don't know, no point to it right now. What we could do instead is we can actually calculate these values in the constructor. In fact, can we do actions? Wait a minute. I'm just trying to try some things right now. Yeah, that's probably not right. I think I'm doing this wrong. I think I'm going about this kind of wrong right now. I don't know though. It's not horrible, it's just hmm. Not sure. Um, I don't know. We may not really need to do a whole action class and all this kind of stuff. Like instead, let's like why not just create like a function? Just a function. That might be way better, honestly. Like seriously. Like now that I think about it, you know. Mm, yeah, we really don't need to make a whole object for performing an action. Because then we're just storing an object. Now that I think about it, this was kind of stupid. Low key, this was actually kind of stupid. Well, instead, what we could do is just create a function that just handles all of this, right? Like, we created the skills. We have everything we need. We can, I mean, because we're getting the base points, we're getting the crit chance, we're getting all of this stuff from these guys. There's no reason to do all of this. So let's just do that instead. Action.hpp. And let's just do this here instead. It just makes way more sense. We'll need to include some things though. Character.h. Skills.h. Right, so simply all we really need to do is we just need to yeah, just create a function here that just handles the action itself, right? That would make way more sense. So here what an inline does. Let's do an inline void action takes in a character pointer, the source, takes in a character pointer, the target, and then takes in the skill that's being performed. So a skill pointer, skill. And that should be all we really, like, we don't need a whole object. That didn't really make sense when I thought about it just now. So we could just do it like this instead. So this is what's actually going to be performing the action. So we need to remember right. So I guess what we'll do first is we will worry about kind of doing the checks. And then after that, we can do the after we do the necessary checks, we can do taking away the mana. Well, no, we might actually want to perform the action then take away the mana. Because we might do a check like if they have enough or something like that, if that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So what I'm thinking is we do, firstly, we can just do like if source, did we do a get for that? No? I guess not. Guess not. Hold on, we're gonna have to do that first then, I guess, because we need to check if they have enough resource, or like if they have enough like mana or stamina, whatever we do for it. Yes, let's do, let me close this terminal real quick. It's been open forever. There it is. What did we add? We added is magic, but we don't have their like resource. You know what I mean? We don't have like their resource. So so I guess we could do like a float. Why is this a float, by the way? Why are these floats? These are supposed to be booleans. What the hell? Yeah, these are... Have we not ran into... I mean, I guess we haven't really... These are supposed to be boolean values. When did we change these to floats? Bro, what? It's crazy. Okay. Anyways, I don't know how that happened. Let's do... We could do like max... I don't know, what is it? I mean, it's like a resource, right? Is that like what it's called? What is mana / stamina called in RPGs? Like, what is it? It's like resource, right? Physical resource, magical resource. So we'll just call resource. Yeah, we'll just call it the resource variables. Because I don't want to... I'm just trying to make sure that we have enough. That we're naming it properly. Float resource. Float max resource. Let's do max resource first, actually. Float max resource. Yeah, so we'll just do that instead. We'll do some gets down here. Float get max resource const. Float get resource const. Okay. Now we're gonna need to change this too. Do we need to change a bunch of other stuff too? I don't think so. Probably not, right? Float max R. These names are terrible. I might have to come back to these guys. It's R. We'll do max resource max R, and then we'll set resource equal to R. It's a superstar girl. Yeah, that works, right? What's wrong? Oh yeah, okay. So there we go. Of course. Max R and then float R. Cool. So, and then down here, obviously, to do the actual implementation, character get max resource, const return max resource, character get resource, const return resource. Cool. So now we can actually get these guys, and the booleans are also now fixed, which is good. I don't know how we haven't crashed earlier when I was, because these were floats. I don't know how they were floats for so long. Anyways, so resource, max resource. Okay, so what was I doing? Right, okay. So we need to check if the source, I guess it would be like this, but it's gonna autocorrect if I did the dot. Get resource, and we'll need to, we'll need to implement, like whenever they level, we're gonna need to implement, the resources leveling as well, like the max resource to level as well. So get resource. If this is less than the skill get cost, then in that case we'll need to handle, like, we'll need to be like, not enough either mana or I don't know. How would I do that? I guess we could do another if statement, like if source is magic is false, then not enough stamina. If and then just else, which we can do a very simple, we just do oh geez, how do you do that? How do you do the, I forget every single time, bro. Like the little, like, question mark if statement, you know what I'm talking about? Because that would look a lot better right now. Like the one line if statement, bro. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, the one line. It's like if condition. There we go, that's what it is. Okay, sorry guys. Found it. So it's the condition. So is, or we'll do source is magic. So if it is magic, then it's the true statement. So we'll do like not enough mana. Enough mana. And this very well might be changed later, so stamina. And then we'll handle in the combat loop for this, I guess, to be able to do what it needs to do. Oh wait, sorry. It is magic. Do we not have that? Wait. Pretty sure we had something for it, right? Yeah, is magic. Do we not have a get for that? We don't. Okay, that's the reason. We'll just do bool get is magic. Ternary condition, if you get this measurement time. Thank you for the term. Thank you, and I appreciate you, by the way. Ternary condition. That's what it's called. Okay, I need to remember that. In fact, I need to write that down somewhere, dude. Like my last couple streams, I had the exact same question. I was like, oh, what's that called again? So I would look up like question mark condition, ternary condition. Thank you so much. Lights Guide, I like your name, bruh. Okay, yeah. So get is magic const. And then we'll just do this here. It is magic. Just return is magic. All right, perfect. So this should now work. It is magic. Yeah, I was wondering why that wasn't working. So this is a ternary condition. And Let's see. So yeah, we'll do this check first. So if source get resource is less than the skill get cost, then we do a condition where if they are magic, we do not enough mana, but if otherwise, we do not enough stamina in return. Pretty cool, pretty simple. Okay, so what other check? Do we need any other checks? I'm trying to think before we do this. I don't think so. We would want to perform the action first, though. And the thing is, too, that we need to perform... you know what? Target. What if the target is themselves? I guess we would need to check, I guess we would need to check, like, the type of skill. Like, for instance, if it's a attack skill, and if it's not, then obviously we need to do that. So let's see, get resource, attack. So obviously this is first. That's good. We won't drain, or we won't get the we won't take away the cost just yet. We'll save that. I'm trying to think. So the way that I'm thinking is we would need to, it's like if it's an attacking skill, then obviously we need to change the, or we need to decrease the HP rather than add to the HP. Actually, wait a minute. I wonder if we could, because I mean, we could maybe do that check at around the end, because the hit points are still going to be either added or decreased. But hold on, wait. I feel like we don't really need group attack yet. Multi-hit's pretty cool, but let's just take that away for right now. I just feel like there's no need for it at this point. Like with where we're at. Yeah, this is way better. Just doing it like this is way better. Alright, cool. So... yeah, because we really don't need... What? Oh, yeah, because... yeah. So what is it? 2 bullions and 2 floats. So is it magic and is it an attack? So we don't need these two. There we go. Oh, sorry. Alright, so where were we? What we were doing? Need to go back to the action dot. Yeah, okay. So what we can do, because now we kind of have it simplified, is we can now, I guess, do the computation. So we can do like the determining how many hit points, right? Determining how many, how much is actually. Excuse me. Yeah. So let's just do. I guess now we can actually perform the actual action, because yeah, because if we go ahead and perform the actual action, then we can take away the resources. I guess we wouldn't really need to. I guess we can just take away the resources right now. If I'm being honest, we could just do source. You know what? We would need a set resource, wouldn't we? We would indeed. So let's go back to character. Because we'd actually need that for later as well, I think. Right. Right. So we'll do void set resource, and we'll just do float R. Set resource float R resource equals R. Oh. Why do I always spell float wrong? Okay. So now that that's there, we can do like source set resource equal to the set resource, and we'll basically just pass in the source resource minus source get resource minus the skill get cost. That should work, I think, because it would be the current amount of resources that it has minus minus the cost of the skill. So that should work just fine. Okay. All right, so let's see. So now I guess we can actually perform the action. So we've taken off the we've subtracted the resources needed for the skill. So now we can actually perform that skill. So what I want to do is I want to do it kind of in an efficient way that is good for like if it's. Sorry to interrupt you. Oh no, don't no worries, no worries. It's a text-based RPG. It's basically all it really is it kind of behaves like an arena fighter. Here, I can actually show you an example. Well, no, I can't because we're in the middle of doing stuff actually. Basically, and I have a repo, a public repo that you can go and access if you wanted to. But yeah, it's just a text-based RPG. Basically, what you do is you just create like a character, you create like your player, and then you go through like an arena, like a very like linear arena, where you fight like 3 different enemies and then like a boss at the very end. And that's all it really is right now. It's just kind of like an arena fighter, text-based, you know, terminal little game. And that's really it. So I initially started it because I wanted to showcase object-oriented programming because I made like a tutorial for it, but now I'm just kind of having fun. Now I'm just kind of adding stuff. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So, but yeah, if you type exclamation mark code in the chat, it'll pull up the repo, if you're wondering. But I think there's like a message from earlier, I think, that I did to like test it, so it's also there as well. But yeah, that's basically what it is. I'm just adding stuff at this point. I'm not really following any sort of plan. So that's about it, really. So how do we want to perform this? We would need to calculate how much damage we should do, and we can do it based on some kind of multiplier. I feel like would be nice, or like I want to base it on the skills base points, right? Because like here for like the base attack it would be 10, right? But we also want the character who starts with where's it at? Let me just go to, I don't know, it was like 27 attack, so I want that 27 attack to somehow do something with the base attack from the skill, or like the points from the skill, because this does 10 points, so therefore it has like 10 hit points or something, and I want that 27 attack to factor into the amount of points that it does. Some kind of multiplier, but I don't know if I want it to be 10 times 27. It doesn't really sound very, very good. So what I'm thinking is instead we can, I don't know, maybe we can like take 27, we can take like the attack stat, and instead of it being like can we like just divide it by something, honestly, and then multiply that by the base attack? I don't know if that's the best method. I'm just kind of spitballing right now. I wonder if I look at, I mean, how do RPGs usually factor in damage? How do RPGs factor in damage? Like the attack stat and like the base. Let me just do like an RPG attack formula, which I looked up yesterday as well. I'm just curious as to what it is. So usually he does it like and as far as the defense, we can maybe factor that in as well. Well, we would probably want to. I don't know. Thinking about doing something that I was kind of talking about just now, where we can do like the where we can do like the attack you know, I should maybe put this in the formulas file. Yeah, that might actually be a little bit better because it's kind of, you know, let's do like the damage formula, I guess. And we would need to take in, is that C? It's C++. C++. I've done some tutorials on C++, so I'm making a project in C++. So what would we need to pass in for the damage formula? I guess we would need to pass in the base, like the base points. Base points. We would need to factor in, or we would need to pass in the attack stat of source ATK. We could do target DEF. Target DEF. Do we need anything else? Is that it? Hold on. That might be it. Let me check. I'm gonna go through these the attack stat, the defense stat. Right. Do we need anything from here? Attack skill. Is it an attack skill? Oh shoot. I don't know how I managed to do this every time. It's something I hit, right? What the hell? There we go. Nope. Damn it, how do you get rid of that? Why is that showing? Dude. I hate when it does this. I don't know what I hit, but I've done this before. I hit something and it makes this turn blue. Oh, it's a... Oh, I see. Okay. Right? No? Nope, that's not it. How do you get rid of it? By pressing insert. Did I press insert? Insert's all the way up here. What the hell? There we go, I fixed it. Sorry, I just killed a bug with my microphone. Alright, so... Let's see here. I think this is it. This is really all we need, I think. I don't think there's... Because as far as the skills go, well, I guess we would technically need is magic, and if it is an attack skill. No, but we just need to compute the amount of hit points. That's all we really need to... That's all we need to do. These are more so crucial for determining if these hit points are either added to the target's HP or if they're subtracted from the target's HP. So really, this is just computing the damage. So we can just do like compute points, or yeah, compute hit points or something like that. Or let's just do compute points, yeah, because I want to do some in the future where they can like add mana or drain mana. That'd be kind of cool. Cool. All right, so we would do some kind of formula here that would go based on the attack stat. Or actually, wait, would it need to go based on the attack stat? Maybe not. Just because, like, what if it's not an attack formula? You know what I'm saying? I guess we can do two different ones. Like, we might need to do like a new stat. Like a skill stat. Something like that. Nah, that's just, I don't know. Why not? I think the attack stat is good enough. But the attack stat will also factor into healing, though, which is kind of odd. Whatever. We'll just, I mean, we'll change it in the future, I think, honestly. But right now I just want to have something that works. For like just the base attack. And we can change this formula to something else eventually. We can do like a whole different formula for like a healing skill or something like that. So we can do the base points, or we can maybe do the attack points and then possibly divided by some kind of number, or we can just multiply it by like, we can get a percentage of that attack stat and then multiply the multiply what comes out of that to the base points. And then after that we do some kind of subtraction with the target, which, by the way, I'm gonna use something as some inspiration here. Hold on. Use this as inspiration for me. I know you guys probably can't see that very well. I'll try to keep all the important bits below my head. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm gonna take some inspiration from here, because we did some formulas right here, it seems. So we could do like the, wait, that's if it's defending. I don't know. We're gonna have to definitely test this a couple of times. That's for sure. So let's do let's go over here and let's just start writing stuff. So we can do return the source attack times, we can do, I don't know, like 0.2, something like that. And then this would be times by the base points. Right. So the base points, and then subtract the target defense from it. Because the target defense will never be like huge. The attack will always be bigger, I think. Then again, we shouldn't factor in the defense if it's, yeah, this will be compute attack points. We could do a compute, like kind of like heal points, because I just now thought of it, like if we, let's do another one of these, but with the kind of functionality that we used in the other one too. Compute attack points. Compute attack. Wait. Compute attack points. I want to do something where it's like if they're defending. You know what I mean? But then again, that's, I don't know, that's kind of overkill. We may not really need that. Yeah, no, I don't think we really need that. Yeah, we'll just do compute like the heal points, I guess, or restore points. Let's do that. Restore, yeah, that's better one. Because we want to do like, they can also restore like resource, like restore like mana or like stamina or something like that. So for this we just won't even take off the defense. So times 0.2, so 20. Let me do some, hold on. If they have 27 attack, which I think is the level 4 attack stat, so if we do 27 times 0.2, we get 5.4, we times that by like 10, that's 54 points. We might want to do lower on that, honestly, like for this, because like what if we did just a ridiculously low number, something like that, right? Not ridiculously low, but still, you get the point. 27 times 0.125, right? times that by 10. That's 33. That's 33 points, which is pretty similar. Yeah. Which is pretty similar to how it already was. Let me do if it's like if their attack is like 33 or something like that. 2.5. Then times that by the base points. Yeah, okay. I think honestly that's a pretty solid way to go about that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, we'll just use these formulas here for this. Bro, my lips are bro. Got chapped lips. So we can, I guess, now do a check and see what kind of skill it is. So if skill get attack skill, if this is true, then we can do, ooh, yes, actually, hold on, wait a minute. Wait, how did we do it earlier? This, yeah, so we can save the points equals this condition, and we can do, if this is true, then we do the compute attack points, and we would pass in, let's see, what was it? Forgot. We just did it, I forgot. Base points, which comes from the skill, the attack stat, and the defense stat for from the target. We don't need this for this one, by the way. Okay. So, yeah, so let's do that. Let's do compute attack points. We can do the skill get points, right? So that'll be the first one. Then we can do the source get attack, right? And then we'll do the target get defense. Oh wait, and if they are defending, we might want to change how that's computed as well. Yeah, we might want to change that actually in here, because if they are defending, then in that case, I mean, we could maybe just subtract more of it. I don't know. I'm actually not too sure. Let me go back here really quick, because what I'm thinking of doing now is like we should maybe pass in like a boolean, where it's like if they are defending, then it does something different, right? So we could do like a condition here. If the boolean is true, right? So we could do bool is defending. So therefore we can do the condition if is defending is true. Then we can do the I'm just gonna this is getting kind of big here. I think we might need to lower this down real quick. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this here because this is kind of getting large. So if is defending, so we can do this if it's true, right? So we can do this if it's true, which I guess we can do, if it is true, we could just times target defense by, because I think that's how we did it for here, right? We could times target defense times, how did we do it here? Yeah, 1.5. So let's just do it, I mean, we could just do it the same way. Why not, right? So we'll do, let's put this over here actually, no, think about it. Do this. And then otherwise, we do... Oh wait, I totally messed that up. Otherwise, we just do this portion, and that's it. So that should work. That should work just fine. Right? So that handles that, so we don't have to do it like in the, you know, in this function over here. So it'll be able to tell, or be able to get it. So, but we do need to pass in target. It is defending. Right. Yeah, that's good. Okay. And that'll store... oh yeah. Yeah, so that'll store however many hit points need to be here, which we might want to test this really quick, honestly, just to see if this does work. Wait, what? Oh wait, yeah. We need to do this, don't we? Because this is compute attack points. We need to also do the compute restore points. So that makes sense. Compute restore points. Yeah, that's good. Let's do that. It's long. Jeez. All right, cool. So what's next? So this gets the actual points. So now what we need to do is we need to get we need to get some other things too. Or we need to, before we actually do it, right? Or I guess, I don't know, maybe. I think we can just go ahead and perform it because we have all we need. We have the points. Is there any other checks that we need? I don't think so. Because, like, we have this. Right? What happened here? Huh? Oh, it's because we changed, ooh, dang. So we need to check. Oh, damn. So we need to make formulas for this too. Damn, bro. Like resource formulas, you know? Because if I go to boss, it'll do the exact same thing, won't it? If I go to warrior, it'll do the same thing. If I go to boss, it'll do the same thing. Yeah. So... I don't know. Getting tired though. I'm getting tired and I'm getting hungry. Which usually tells me it's almost time to go to bed. Is my stream alright? Okay. Alright. Gotta lock in. Gotta lock in, stay locked in. Getting tired. But now, like, now that I realize, oh man, like now we gotta make formulas for the resources too. Now I'm like, oh man. Do it. But I have to, so it's fine. Okay. Should be pretty simple. I would think so. The attack, the defense, we'll just do inline, const, expression, float, do warrior, res. No, we'll just do resource. That way it's pretty simple. And yeah, we'll go based on the level as well. What even should be the I'm trying to think of what should be the formula for this, because like how much do we want them to have in conserve? Like, I don't know. Just we want them to conserve. Also, by the way, I think this is wrong, right? What about max HP? Is that set? Oh wait, no, that's just set. No, this does set the max HP. I was like, okay. Alright, so this will be setting the max resource. I feel like I want it to be a little less than the resource. Like, I don't know. Like, as far as cost goes, I don't know. I don't want the cost to be too big. We can just do like 50 for like a base. Or, yeah, 50 for like the base. And then plus level times 2. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking randomly here. So this would return 52 for the starting for like level 1. But then like for like level 4 it'd be, excuse me, it'd be 58. It's not too big of a multiplier though. Let's do 4. 4 is probably a little bit better. So then 54, 8 times 4, much more significant. So yeah, that makes way more sense. Because then that goes from adding only 8, or sorry, that goes from adding only 4 to you know, 50. So from 54 to like, what is it, 82, right? So but that's from 1 to level 8 though. And I feel like, is that too little? Like that almost seems a little too small. I might want it to multiply a little bit higher than that. Nah, it don't. I mean, we'll do times 8. Why not? Screw it. So that way level 8, you know, you get a nice hefty sum. Let's see it. So I think that's better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. So we'll just do that. And then yeah, for the enemy, and the boss, we'll start with 50, but I think we're gonna have them have different multipliers. We're gonna keep this one the same because I don't really care. But excuse me. But we'll do. Ooh, and you know what else too? We need to add some sort of logic to the enemy's choices, because now, like, with resources being a factor, it's true. Man, this just opened up a can of worms, bro. Sorry, I got a call. Yeah, so let's do times 5 for enemies. I don't want to do something too insane, so we'll just do that for the enemies. Yeah, is there a reason it connected me to my MacBook? Okay, sorry about that. There we go, fixed it. Okay. Is it fixed? Bro, it keeps playing on here, gang. What are we doing? No. I don't want you to play music on here. Damn, why did someone have to call me? Should be fixed now. Sorry about that, guys. I guess when people call me, it just destroys everything that I have set up. Okay. So boss resource, enemy resource, warrior resource. So those are intact. Now we just need to actually add them to the to here, which is pretty easy. All we need to do is warrior resource level, and then just exact same thing. So do that, and then just boom. That should fix it. Yeah, okay. No more errors. It's good. So now let's just do that for the others. We should, yeah, it should be good from there. Let's go ahead and fix it for the others now. Boss resource level. Okay. Why did it just destroy that? What happened? What? What are we doing, gang? Alright. Boss resource level. Okay. And just boss resource level. Okay. And then, yeah, so then just do it for the enemy as well. Okay. Alright, perfect. Alright, so that's fixed. I don't have to worry about that now. Now we can just move on, or go back to what we were working on, which was this. Alright, so we're computing the points now. So now what we just need to do is we need to actually do what we need to do for that. So I guess we can do, like, do we need a set, like a set option for the HP and all that kind of stuff? Probably, right? Do we have that? Do we have a set option for the characters? Oh, jeez. What did I do? Oh, I'm in the source control. Brother, what are we doing? All right. So yeah, we don't have a set HP. We do have some set stats though, don't we? Where even are those? Yeah, we have, okay, they're virtual void. Yeah, so we do have set stats. Now we just need to do the same thing for do we need to set the HP? Because setting the HP, that just changes the max HP, right? That isn't like if I go here, yeah, this sets, oh, it sets the HP and the max HP. But we need to make sure we have for both. So what we might want to do is we might want to add setters for the HP and for but we already have a function called set HP. Set HP stat. Let's change these. That way they're a little bit more clear. Okay. And now we have to go through these guys and change their names. Okay. It's fixed. Stat. 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 Okay. Set HP, the actual HP. Do float H. Do void set Should we do set max HP as well? Does that matter? No, not really, because we're setting the stats. Those are more so the setting. Yeah, okay, yeah. We don't really need to do that. Because that's more handled by these guys here, so there's no reason to do that. Oh yeah, we need to fix the boss one too. I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. That I am. Okay. Should be good now, huh? Yeah. Cool. So we'll do void set resource as well. In which, by the way, we're also going to need to do another virtual void function down here. Pure virtual void function, that is. Set resource stat. Equal that to 0 to make it a pure virtual. Alright. Cool. And we'll handle that later, I think. We don't really need to handle it right now. Oh, dude. Okay. So now we can do the character set HP, float H, do HP equals H. Pretty simple. Character set resource, float R, resource equals R. Cool. So we have that now. Now we can use that here. Because we're going to need to be able to set it, obviously. So alright, so now let's actually, let's see, so the target, so we would have to do it like the target set HP. Ooh, but what if it's a, what if it's not like an HP kind of attack? What if it's like a, I mean, what checks, okay, wait, what checks do we have? We have, wait, no. We have if it's an attack skill, and if it's magic. If it's not an attack skill, it won't have anything to do with HP. But then again, what if it's a heal kind of skill? You know what I mean? Bull attack skill. Bull restore skill? Well, I guess if it's an attack skill, then that means it's not a restore skill. It's something that's going to be attack. Yeah, so attack skill is the check that we would need to do. So, therefore, we would need to do set to source, set, or I guess actually we would need to do a conditional here, wouldn't we? So, we have to do like skill. Get attack skill. Right. Because if it is an attack skill, then that means it's right. That means it's a it will have to do with HP. No, wait. What if we want to have it where it's like a resource skill? You know what I'm saying? Like where it's like a, let's just add an extra check. Why not, right? Because I think we're going to have to do that. Because if we wanted to restore restore resource, or we could just do like a resource skill, because this is more so checking like the attack skill boolean. That's more so checking if it's a if it's going to either deal damage or if it's going to heal damage, or like, you know, heal hit points basically. So therefore what we're checking here is we're checking the right, so the resource skill is a whole different check. Like that's, yeah, that's an entirely different check. So we'll just, when it comes to the skill, we're gonna need to bull attack, bull resource. Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we would need these two different checks, no matter what. So we'll do tech skill, resource skill. And set that equals resource, comma, and that should work. Full resource, right? Did we put it here? Oh, we did. We didn't put it here. Of course. Resource. And that's just a check. So, yeah, okay, cool. So, yeah, we'll need to do a check if it's going to affect the resource or not. Because this is checking. We might want to rename this to like damage skill. You know what I mean? Like, is it going to cause damage? Like, will it inflict damage, or will it, you know, do something else, right? So we might want to change the name of that actually, now that I think about it. So let's do that. Just say damage skill. Damage. And here, check or get. Oh geez, we need to change the formulas file now too. Wait, false damage resource. Damage. Wait. No. This would just be false. Okay. Yeah, okay. I had to think about that for a second. I was getting really confused. But we do need to change the formulas file. Because now there's going to be something that's wrong. Right? No, wait. Not the formulas file. This one. Yeah. Get damage skill. And then we also need to change. Yeah. Damage skill. Damage skill. And then damage skill. We also need to change this probably. A little bit more readable. Okay. Cool. So that's fixed. And now let's continue what we were doing. So now we have a check to see if it's a resource skill. Therefore, will it take away the target's resource, or will it, you know, add back to it, etc. So we'll do a check based on that, because I mean, here we're getting the attack points. I don't know, I think we're gonna have to do two checks here. We're gonna have to do an if. I'm not gonna do a ternary ternary condition right here, because I think that would be too much. So we'll just do if skill. We'll check if it's, I don't know, what do we check first? Do we check if it's a resource first, or do we check if it's a we need a get function actually. Wait, man, whenever you add, see, the larger a program gets, when you add something, the more you have to refactor. Crazy. Love that. And actually, we don't even need these anymore. I totally forgot about these. Forgot about those. Okay, so boolean get resource skill const. Okay, just here we can get rid of these guys. Wait, no, we should not get rid of these guys. Wait, so I took it away here, but I didn't take it away there. That's interesting. Get resource skill, and then const return the resource skill. Okay, so we add some gets. Okay, so now we can move forward. I don't think I'm missing anything. So I think now we can go ahead and do the checks. Okay, so we're gonna need to check if it's a resource skill first, I guess. So like if resource skill. It's a little odd because you can have an attack skill, but it can take away, right? So technically, let's see. What are the different options for a skill to be? A skill can either be an attacking skill that attacks or like drains the resources. It can be a restoring, like a restoration kind of skill that restores the resources. Or it can be an attacking skill that takes away HP, or a restoration skill that gives HP. So there's 4 different outcomes that could happen. So basically, we need to check for all 4 outcomes. But what's like the best way that we can do that? Like what's the most efficient way we can do that? Because I feel like doing it with like just multiple if statements is just kind of like weird. Or it's like, just looks gross. I don't like how that looks. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna take a sip of my tea and think about it. Do switch case. Technically, right? I don't ever use switch cases. I always forget how they look like, or what they look like. Yeah, we could do a switch case, honestly. We could do some kind of like algorithm, or we could do some kind of like check that gets what kind of skill it is. And then we could do like a switch case to like do the necessary actions depending on what kind of skill it is. That might work. That might work. It just might be a little bit more organized, basically. Yeah. Also, I wonder if we could actually just should we do this in the skill class? We might want to do this in the skill class because I'm thinking about it now, like if every skill is going to be one of those 4 options, if every skill is going to be either restoring resources, restoring health, or it's damaging resources or damaging health, then therefore I feel like we can do something here in the constructor that determines what kind of skill it is and then stores that within the skill itself. That way we don't have to like do all this complicated mess in the like in the action formula, you know? Like I feel like it just makes it a lot easier. So we'll probably just do that actually. So yeah, let's just do that. We might want to create a, not like a formula, but like a check, like something to like check. Yeah, I don't know where to create that though. I mean, I guess we could just create it here. I don't really see the damage in doing that, but then again, you know, we could just do it here in the constructor, I guess. Like we could get like, we could just do like the checks, like if this and if this, set skill type equal to like a string maybe, or like maybe like an integer, something like that, like some kind of like number that we can have. I don't know, like a I don't know, I'm trying to think of how we should do this. Let's just do that, I think. So let's go to the skill. We're gonna store an integer value that will give back the skill type. It could be 1 through 4, but I don't want to do magic numbers. So what we can do is maybe we can store, I don't know, maybe just like the numbers here in the formula, possibly. So just like, you know what I mean? I don't know if this is a good place to store it. Actually, I mean, I guess we could, this is technically like formulas and constants. So let's just do constants here. Constants. Sorry, excuse me. Ugh. So how do we do this? Okay. So let's just do Let me turn back on my laptop that keeps going on off on its own. Let's do an integer, or sorry, wait, let's do a const expression integer, and we'll do, so 4 types. It can be either damage, HP, for 1, okay, and then we can do restore HP equal to 2, and we can do damage resource equal to 3, and then restore resource. Yeah, that's good. That's good. We'll do that. I just don't want magic numbers, so let's do it like this. Nice. You think it's too late for a Red Bull? Probably not, right? I could do that. I ran out of tea, and I was like, damn, what do I look like drinking water? You know what I'm saying? Alright. Give me 1 second. Alright. Coolin'. Let's get back to it. Okay, so now what we can do is we can compute what the skill type is using this. So we'll do include formulas. All right, and then we can do some checks here. So we can do if so if this magic damage skill, the is magic doesn't matter, just the resource skill does. So we'll do if damage skill. Oh wait, do we do this in the constructor, or is this not a good idea? Because I'm starting to think about it now, and I'm like, well, you know, will this be able to run? Because I mean, obviously we're setting damage equal to damage skill, and so I'm curious, like, will we be able to have a damage skill, or no? I don't know. Let me ask ChatGPT. No, I don't think, honestly. It should be okay, right? Should be okay. If anyone doesn't think it'll be okay, oh shoot, I just closed the wrong tab. Damn, I just closed the YouTube tab. Damn, I just robbed you guys of my beautiful lo-fi music. Shit. Let me try to fix that really quick before we continue. I don't plan to stream for too much longer. I need to get some sleep tonight, if I'm being honest. There we go. All right. All right, so now let's go back to it. Should be okay. Right? I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel. Hold on, let me write it first. If this and if damage skill is true and resource skill, wait, if damage skill is true and resource skill is false, then this means that it's a damage HP skill, right? So therefore, skill type would equal damage HP, correct? That's also, what did I name this? Why did I name these with capitals? Okay, so damage HP skill. Damage HP, or yeah, damage HP. Okay, so now we'll just do literally just 3 more checks that check for the same thing. So a damage skill and a, or let's say a false here, so this will be a restore HP. Oh wait, sorry. Store HP. That's how you know it's a restore HP. So then for this, it's a resource skill, but it's also a damage skill. That means that it damages resource. But if it's a resource skill, but it's not a damaging skill, then it's a restore resource. Boom, there we go. Nice, and that looks so neat and organized. Now, I have no idea if this is actually gonna work. I don't know if can you do this in a constructor? Right, can you? I don't know, I'm curious. I'm actually gonna send this to ChatGPT and say, will this work? Because I don't feel like testing it right now. It'll behave as intended because the 4 Boolean cases are mutually exclusive. Okay, cool. I guess it'll work. The master has spoken. He said it'll work, so that means it'll work. So what's next now? So we have this. So now we should have a skill type. So now we should know the skill type no matter what. So whenever we get here, we'll already know the skill type. So we will do, I mean, we'll still have to do some conditionals. Like if skill type is this. But the thing is, we don't have to like get the skill type, is what I'm saying. So that's good. Yeah, so we would still have to do some checks though. Where it's like if we could maybe do a switch case. Do I dare? How do you even do a switch case? I never use these things. I feel like it just looks better than a you know. Yeah, I never use switch cases. We'll use one here, why not? So if skill, ooh, we're gonna need to get the skill type. Yeah. It's gonna return an integer too, which may or may not be good. Let's include formulas here, that way we can actually, that way we can, kind of compare it to something that's readable. Basically is what I'm saying. Let's go to, where do we need to go to? Skill.h. Yeah, because we're gonna need to get the integer get skill type. Nickelodeon, way I got this slow. Shit, so let's see. Okay. Skill get skill type const turn skill type. right? Oh, it's wrong syntax, my fault. There we go. Okay. So now, what do we want to do? So, wait a minute. No, let's just do normal if statements. I'm not trying to do all that. Let's do like skill, get skill type. Oh wait, it'd be an if statement. If this equals, and then we'll just do damage HP. Okay, and that'll be the damage HP. So we'll do 4 more of these, 4 more checks. Which I guess we might want to do an else if, like an else if and an else and all that kind of stuff, just so that way it's not rerunning all these. So we might want to do that else if go get skill type, and then equals restore HP. Else if skill get skill type, damage resource, and then we can just do an else because, you know, it's not gonna matter. So all right, let's fill in the logic now. So I think we can just do, because this does all of the calculating for us, right? Right. So what we can do is we can, I guess, just like for this one, for instance, we could just do set HP for the target and then set it equal to, or yeah. So what I'm trying to say, it's easier for me just to show it. So target set HP, and what we'll do is we'll just do the current target HP, get HP, and subtract that by points, right? Target set HP, target get HP minus points, right? Okay, cool. That should work. So let's do those for this one too. So for this one, we'll actually do kind of the opposite. Set HP, target, get HP. One thing but we do want to do a check on this one because we don't want it to actually heal too much. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want it to go over the max HP. Let's do yeah, let's do we might actually need to do it for all of these guys actually. So let's actually let's do this. We're gonna need to do some checks. Just one check here. That checks if it's going below. Yeah, okay. So we need to do a check here where excuse me, oh my gosh, bro. We can do target We're about to do an if statement inside of an if statement. If target get HP is less than points, then we'll set it equal to 0. Target get HP is less than or equal to, probably. Well, sure, why not? Less than or equal to that points, then we will simply just target set HP equal to 0 and then return. Okay. So we need to make sure that we're doing checks for these guys. That's kind of more so what I'm trying to say. Because obviously we don't want the resource to go above, and we don't want the HP to go below 0. And this will happen just otherwise. Let's not do this actually. Let's do else. I don't know if this is syntaxically, if the syntax is correct, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we'll do the same thing here, basically. So if for this one, it's gonna need to be like if the max HP is less than, yeah, so we want to do the target if the get max HP is less than the points, in which case we're just gonna set the target or yes, sorry, target set HP equal to the target get max HP. Yeah, that's good. That's good. And then this will be an else statement. And then we need to finish this one too. So target set HP, target get HP plus points. Should be that, I think. Nothing else. Cool. So now let's do the resource ones. As far as the resources go, we do have a set resource. Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. That's what I was worried about. So if target get resource if it is, what do we need to check here? If it's less than or equal to the amount of points, then therefore we just need to set the resource to 0. Cool. And otherwise, just do target set resource equal to the target get resource minus the points. Perfect. Cool. So now, yeah, so this is just the else. So let me add a little comment. Just like, so this means that it's a restoration. So restore, excuse me, a restore resource. So for this, that means that we need to check if the target get resource is, or we need to check if the get max resource is higher. So we need to do get max resource. If this is higher, Or sorry, if this is, wait, what did I do earlier? Yeah, sorry, if points is higher, my bad. Then that means that we just need to set the target set resource equal to the target get resource. Okay, perfect. Perfect. And then else, obviously, obviously, my voice is cracking so much today. I don't know why. I woke up and I just had no voice today. Not good. So get resource, or sorry, set resource. We need to set resource equal to get resource plus. Yeah, so we need to do target get resource plus what's it called? Points. Okay, cool. I think, is that it? Wait. Get resource. Get max resource. There we go. Right. Okay. Alright, and that should be good. Yeah, okay. Cool. So this is the actual action being performed. Perform action. Up here we're just doing checks. Check resource. Check if enough resources. I'm doing this more for my sake right now. And then set resource. Go to get resource. This is getting decrease resource. Okay. Resource. This is calculating points. Compute points. Yeah, compute points. Just, yeah, that's fine. Let's see here. I think that's it. Bro, it's cold in here. Jeez, bro. Uno momento. Jacket. But yeah, I think, what else is needed? I'm trying to think if much else is needed. Should be it. I can't think of much else, low key. I mean, like, I really can't. So, takes away the resources, performs the action needed. And we can add multipliers, we can do all that kind of stuff, and we can do that. The best thing about that is we can actually do that in the compute attack points instead of having to, you know, having to do anything else crazy. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think that's good, honestly. I can't think of anything else. Because we're obviously doing checks every single loop to see if the players died. You know, one thing though, I just thought about, what if we drain their mana? Or like, what if we drain their resources? Like the player drains the enemy's resources, so that way the enemy doesn't have a chance to attack, right? Well, I guess, like, it should still be fine because, I don't know. I'm not gonna think about that just yet. We can do like a check later on, like in the combat stuff later. But I don't think we really need to worry about that right now. It's just not worth it. So. I'm very proud of this right here. Took a while to get to this point. Took a minute to get to this point. Okay. I guess we can start testing it. I mean, there's still so much that we need to do because we still have the old methodology that we were using, like the attack and the defend and all that kind of stuff. So clearly we still have plenty to do. Hmm. I'm trying to think of like what the next step is. That's what I'm trying to think of because so we have the method to use the skill now, but now how do we... One thing we do need to do is we need to store the amount of skills for each character, right? Firstly, I'm going to go ahead and commit the changes that we have, right? Because everything seems to be working. So get status. I want to see if there's anything that I need to chill out on. Okay. We'll just do get yeah, let's do that. Get add, get commit. And then yeah, like I said, the repo is online, or it's public, so you guys can see it if you wanted to. Git commit added action system, git push origin feature action system, Butterfeed. I want to delete the skill system branch, so we already did that. I feel like this is technically a part of that other one. Go to GitHub real quick, and then I'm gonna have to use the restroom again. It's the T and it's the sorry, it's the T and it's the Red Bull. It's messing with me. I need to drink more water. I'm being honest. I don't drink enough water. So there is no need for the skill system branch. Wait, what? Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's very interesting. We have 4 branches right now. I'm just gonna continue doing this on this branch. I don't feel like changing it. All right, so yeah, so I need like a to-do list. Like what's next? Because now that we're adding skills, that kind of changes the entire landscape for how this thing works. Right? So characters now I think should hold some kind of like vector, something that holds the skills that the character can actually use. Right? So let's go ahead and start implementing that. Yeah, let's try that, I guess. That's why I wanted to commit that really quick, just in case. So we'll just include vector. And down here, we'll have a vector of skills. is what it is. So it's going to be skill.h. So a vector of type skill, and let skills. Okay. And this will be what the player, like what the character can actually use, like in its arsenal, right? Now, one thing I do want to do is I do want to change the constructor so that way it always adds it always adds the like we'll do like a pushback. Geez, this thing is long. I want to do like a pushback for the vector. So let's see, what's it called? Skills dot pushback, and we should, do we have the let's go to character.h and include I'm just gonna include skills, so that way we can have access to that. Oh, doesn't recognize it. Oh wait, sorry. Wait, no. Wait. Oh yeah, okay. I forgot we named it that. Yeah, alright. Why did we name it that? Whatever. Alright, so push back. And let's see, we created the base attack. So we'll just push back base attack. Yeah, so now base attack is in the vector. Base attack will automatically always be in the vector. And we should also do something for the defense too. Wait, should we? Because I mean, base attack, that's the attack function. So we would probably want to have to do, okay, yeah, actually. We'd want to do the skill. You know what? You know what we might want to do? We might want to do skills that have buffs or debuffs. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, defense buffs your defense. Like, an is defending move, like an is defending skill, would just... Hi. Hello? Throwaway? Hello? Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you... Did you send that a while back? Did I miss that? I hope not. I'm very bad at looking at my chat, I'll be honest. But yeah, like I was saying, like, I think what I will do is, yeah, I didn't even think of that. We're gonna need to, like, have, like, buffs, like, buff skills and, buff skills and debuff skills, because if we want to have is defending still be a thing, then we would need it to be of that type. We would need it to be of the type of buff skill, basically. So therefore we're probably gonna have to add some more checks to see what kind of skill type we have. Right, okay, cool, nice. So we're okay. I'm not really like mad about it. I just yeah, so let's just do, I wish I would have thought of this. Let's do buff 5 and we'll do const expression int debuff 6. All right, so now we have, no, I just got here. Nice. I was hoping I didn't miss you. Appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you? I'm currently realizing I should have added something that I didn't add earlier, so that's fun. I gotta go back and refactor. That'll be fun. Yeah, so skill type. I guess we can just... The only thing that we're really gonna need to change, I guess, is the constructor here to determine... Ooh, but how do we determine... How do we determine it's a buff or a debuff? We're gonna have to add more checks, won't we? Yeah. Good, how about you? I'm doing good. Doing good. Doing good. Coding a little, pretty new to C++. This looks cool. Oh. C++ is fun and a nightmare at the same time. So I have tutorials about C++ on my channel, but you're more than welcome to look at that or something better if you want tutorials. But do you program with like other languages or anything like that? I like C++. It's probably my second favorite language. Second favorite language. My first favorite, no one could guess. No one could guess what it is. Because it's so like why would that be my favorite? So no one would even be able to guess that. Yeah, so let's do some more checks. We're gonna have to do a check to see if it's a, I mean, I guess we could just do a very simple like buff check. So like just Boolean buff, basically. I think that's pretty all right. Bool magic, damage, resource skill, and then we'll do a bool buff. And actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna name this something else. Is buff. Is buff. I'll check those. Let's see. It's hard to look at it on my laptop. Yeah, I've been doing Python for years and I've been learning Java and C++ for college. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Nice. I'll check those tutorials out though. Feel free not to. I'm definitely not the best. But yeah, for sure. Nice. I am also in college. Also in college. Coming up on my last year. Or my last 2 semesters. After this semester, unfortunately. But yeah. Excited to be out. Excited to be out. I've never coded with Java though. It scares me. I hear so much about Java. Okay, let me fill in this the boolean. Boolean buff is buff. No wait, just buff. Okay. I just wanna be successful. Alright. Is buff. Points. Cool. And then now I guess we can just do these. So I guess this would be kind of interesting because it's like if is buff I don't think there'll be. Java is a bit annoying, but I'm getting the hang of it now. Well, you're better than me. You're better than me. You're better than me. It's just, I don't know, like, it's just frightening. It's a long story as to why I'm learning both, so I can get ahead through proficiency tests. They're both really sought after languages to be good at. Like Java, like, I think the market's really heavy on Java for some reason. Like, you know, like if you're trying to get like a job or something like that with it. I'm just curious if I'm right. Jobs. Like, I'm pretty sure Java is up there. Like, Java is up there. Yeah, because it goes Python, JavaScript for stuff like backend or machine learning, data science, that kind of stuff, and then Java is like right next. So Java's really sought after. I guess I'm just still scared. So I don't really go after it too much. But yeah, buff. So is buff, that shouldn't be true. If it's actually, you know what? We're gonna need to do a check here up as well. We're gonna need to be able to check this because if it's a, you know, these really should be else if statements. Yeah, they definitely should be. I don't know what I'm doing. Else if. And what if they're both false, right? We're gonna need to check. Okay, yeah. So if it's a buff skill or like a debuff skill, then damage skills should be false, Unless it's a debuff on the other guys. Right? I want the money. Money in the cars, cars in the clothes. I suppose. I just wanna be. I think, no, it's. Yeah, so we're gonna need to check. I think is buff. Make sure that that is false. Right? Because. No. Because, like, damage skill, if that's true. If damage skill is true. And. Like, we could do, like, a buff on the mana. Buff and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, we're gonna need to check all these guys, actually. So let's just do that. Because if it's not. If it's like a. Ooh, you know what, dude? That's great. That's great. Can I ask where you've reached in the game progress-wise? Did I catch the tail end of it? No. You're catching kind of like the middle of it. In my first stream, I did... excuse me. In my first stream, I created like the fundamental part of it. It's basically... What it is it's basically... I mean, I would show you, but... Oh, shoot. What just happened? There we go. Sorry. But yeah, it's basically a text-based RPG. It's kind of like an arena fighter, so you go through like this vector of like different enemies and a boss at the very end, and you just fight them. It has a pretty decent fighting system, and I'll try to show an example here in a second, but this is looking like it's gonna take a minute. But it's not the tail end, but my first stream, I just made it because I made my object-oriented programming series, like my tutorials, and I finished it and I was like, it'd be really cool to do like a project with the concepts that I went over in the object-oriented programming series. And so I did that in the first stream. And now I'm just adding stuff. Now I'm just like going crazy. You know what I mean? I don't have any plan. I'm just like making stuff at this point. So yesterday I added a leveling system. Today I'm adding skills. So that way they can have like different skills and like resource types and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, there's some other stuff I'd like to expand on too, but I think in my next stream, I'm going to work on my door sensor. I've been working on a door sensor for a little while. Programming in C. So, not C++, but C. For that one. As well as probably do some back-end stuff with that, because I kind of want to make like a dashboard. That'd be really cool for the door sensor, but I don't know, actually. I don't know if I have the door sensor. I don't know where the door sensor is, but I know that's not what you asked, but sorry, I get sidetracked. I go on a tangent sometimes. Okay, so, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, and I'm very welcoming to any ideas or things that you guys would like me to add to it as well. There's also, I put on the, I don't know if you're familiar as well, I'm sure you are, with GitHub. Door sensor is a fun project though. It is a fun project. I've been enjoying it so far. I'm gonna move this up. There we go. It is a nice project. I'm having fun with it. It's I have like the core, like how the door sensor works. Now I just want, what I want to do is I'm using an ESP32 and I want to send the data from the ESP32 to some kind of backend server that processes the data and allows the information to be like texted to me, like whenever the door is open or something like that. So I'm making it because my door doesn't lock and I live in like student apartments and I have like 3 other roommates and my door doesn't freaking lock. So they could come in here and steal my stuff and I would have no clue. So I'm just curious if anyone's coming in my you know what I mean, in my room at all. So I know it doesn't actually fix the problem. It just tells me that there is a problem, but whatever. But yeah, the door sensor, I'm having fun with that one too. That one's nice. This one's been a lot of fun, surprisingly. Just because I'm a nerd, probably. So like, you know, RPG stuff is like fun to me. But like, you know. But yeah, that's all going pretty good. Let's go. So if it's not a damage skill, or I guess if it is, it could be a damage skill. Damage skill, no. Damage skill, what does damage skill actually check? Damage skill really just checks if it's going to be towards the enemy or the ally. So we might want to actually rename that to the to like a different name. You're in your dorm right now? My dorm now. It's so useful for home. For real, yeah. Yeah, it would have been nice to know if my mom was coming to my room all the time. She probably was though. I probably already knew that. I did dorm life for 1 semester and I hated it. So shout out to you. I don't know how you're dealing with it, but hang in there. That's all I'm gonna say. Hang in there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we had like, ugh, I don't even. Ugh. Dorms are just crazy. Then again, my college dorms, like at my college, were kind of like rough. Even though it's a pretty decent university, just the dorms just sucked. So, that wasn't good. So I guess we can honestly rename this to something else, because if it's a damage skill, that means that it's definitely against the enemy. It's not going to be against your own party or yourself. So this is a lot to remember. I might rename this variable to something else. Damage skill, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like target, maybe we could change it to like target enemy. Right? So it's like if it's targeting the enemy, it's super cramped, but we thug it out. We thug it out. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we do. Yeah, that's the one thing about dorms too, they're really small. So I think we're gonna do target, we're gonna change this to target enemy, because that's really what it's checking. It's just checking that. Boolean target. So now we have to change a bunch of stuff really quick. Target, damage skill, target enemy. Target. Damage skill. Oh yeah. Now I have to change all these to. Hold on, wait. Damage skill, and we're gonna replace that with target enemy. There we go. So now we just need to change that too, though. Which is fine, that's easy. It's just a get function. Target enemy const. I suppose you could always leave a comment explaining yourself what it means, I suppose. My favorite way of replacing is hitting Control D a bunch of times. Yeah, that's typically how it goes. I could leave a comment. I definitely should. I create just the most horrendously complicated code sometimes. And I don't organize it ever. So I could, yeah. Let's do that. You know what? You know what? You're a real one. Throw away. We're gonna do that. We're gonna be organized today. I'm just gonna leave a little comment out here on the side for me, just to kind of check all of them. Also, are we missing anything else? I think that should be it. We changed get target enemy. But I do think that here in action, yeah, okay, yeah, we had something. I knew it. Enemy, or target enemy, right? Target enemy. Yeah. We'll just do that. Okay, and that should be it. Okay, cool. Alright, so yeah, so we'll leave some comments out here. Thank you for your recommendation. I need to be more organized. I need to be more organized. So here is going to be like, it's skill damages enemy HP. Or let's just, it doesn't have to be, we don't have to specify that it's skill. We know it's a skill. And then for this one, restores ally HP, which I also intend on creating like party members. That'd be pretty cool, but I'm not sure if I will anytime soon. Restores ally HP. Damages enemy resource. Because I mean, I think I've seen some RPGs that like allow you to damage your own team or something, but like I'm not gonna do that, bro. Like that's just stupid. So we're gonna avoid doing that. Restores ally resource. Cool. And then for this one, these are gonna be the ones that are like a buff or a debuff. So obviously buff ally resource ooh. So we might need 8. We might need 8 of these things. It's true. Yeah, we gotta do that. Whatever, it's fine. All right, so buff HP. Buff. Ooh, wait. Buff. Wait. Hold on. Buff HP, debuff. Oh, dude, I'm thinking about this too much. Because we want to buff the defense. The whole reason I did the buff and the debuff is because we want to buff the defense for the is defending move, right? So we might have to refactor a lot. I'm not gonna lie. This actually might be really bad. We don't need to buff the HP or debuff the HP. That's just damaging or taking away. But we would need to buff like the attack stat or the defensive stat. So buff ATK. Ooh. But how do we check that? Damn, we're gonna have so many different booleans for the moves. Buff, debuff. I hate when I think of an idea and it just leads to chaos like this. It's so fun. Let's BR and debuff defense. Okay, and I think, yeah, oh my gosh, we're actually gonna have to refactor so much because the way that the character works, what even is it? The way that the character works, is it? Or, no, sorry, not the way the character works. The way that the formula is for these guys is that it takes... This might not be nearly as hard as I'm making it out to be, but at the same time, this is going to be kind of iffy. Source attack. Because that means that we have to... Because what we would need to do is... So, would we need to... What's up, V-Smash Gaming? How are you? Hope you're doing good. I just realized that I'm gonna have to go through a lot of pain and misery refactoring some stuff here. Because... let's see. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Base points, targets, defense. Because the way that we're going to need to do it is we need to set the attack of the player or the ally. We need to increase it, but temporarily. So therefore, we would need to, like in the combat loop, or not even in the combat loop, in the action loop, or like the action function, we would need to increase it temporarily and then reset it. But then again, actually, wait, this might be okay. Because we do have a reset function, right? Hold the phone. We might be okay. But then again, that's kind of, ugh. Because then we gotta like store the attack beforehand, and it's like, ugh. Where is it? Reset, yeah, because this is the old way we were doing it. If is defending, then set is defending to false. And we could just do like 2 extra conditions here where it's like, okay, set the attack back to the normal attack. But that means that we need to somehow store the attack before it happens and then do a reset back to the, which we can't, honestly, we we can't even get what the attack would be because we don't know what the buff would be here, right? Yeah. This is so fun. Nah, it is fun. It's fun. Is it getting interesting? What, me being in pain? I'm playing. I'm glad it's interesting. I mean, trust me, this is me having fun. I don't know if you can tell, but I enjoy this stuff. Okay? I genuinely enjoy this stuff. Okay, so let's see. What's the first step? What do we need to do first? We would need to, I guess, because before I implement this for the action, before I implement that and like in the skills and all that, then what we need to do, delete this for right now. What we would need to do is we need to definitely make sure that it can actually, or that we have the correct logic for, like temporarily raising the attack stat and then going, which honestly might be easy. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. And honestly, you know what we could do? We could do like a, no. Just no. We might, maybe we can do that kind of stuff here in the combat files. Might be best there. Yeah, that might be best. So, let's see here. Yeah. Say what, let me finish doing this stuff. The debuff and the buff attack and buff defense. We'll go from there. Okay. Let's go back to the skills because we're gonna need to add another check. Is buff attack? Is buff defense? Do we need that? Well, I guess yes. Possibly. Because if it's not an attack buff, then it doesn't have to be a defense buff. Let's just do both of them. I don't know, gang. I don't know, gang. I don't know where we're going with this. We'll just see where we end up. I need to start playing like the music I actually listen to for my stream because I listen to music in my ears during stream because lo-fi is nice and all, but you know, I feel like I work with my music better, I think. Okay, is buff attack. So many checks. This may not be good. We'll see where it goes though. We'll see where we go with this. Maybe we'll survive, who knows? Okay, buff attack. Is buff attack. Set that to buff attack. And then is buff defense. Buff defense. Which we get as well here. What happened to points? Oh. Duh. Okay. 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 I'm just gonna keep it simple for now. And not even worry about the fact that, oh, like, what if I wanted to do something where it's like, what are you listening to? Here. Let me play for you guys what I'm actually listening to right now. I just want to do that really quick. See, I'm nervous about YouTube. I don't want YouTube to like, I don't know how it works on YouTube. I know on Twitch it just mutes the VOD, but I don't know if on, I don't know if it's different on YouTube or not. I'm gonna open up Spotify really quick. I'm gonna try not to make it as loud. That way you guys can hear it. Because I also can't hear what is on my desktop right now. But I do want to play the song I'm actually listening to right now. It's a great song. Let me take this out. That way it doesn't play on in my ears. Let's see. Buff attack skill. So that's good. Oh, Radiohead's playing now. You like Radiohead? This is one of my favorite songs of all time. Alright. If resource skill is false, we spelled resource wrong. Like Radiohead? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Love some Radiohead. Let's see. Buff attack. So yeah, this one is buff ally attack. Okay. And now we're gonna do one for the defense. So same thing. Target enemy is false, and resource skill is false. Excuse me, I got hiccups. And is buff defense. Then the skill type will equal buff defense. Buff ally defense. Okay, and now we'll do an else if. Now this is if it is targeting the enemy. And I don't think this would work. I don't, yeah, nah, because these would have the exact same conditions. These would have the exact same conditions. That's what I'm trying to say. Is buff attack. Dude. I'm just trying to make this easier for myself whenever I start actually listing out a bunch of different skills. That's the reason I'm trying to think about it so hard, and that's the reason that this right here looks so complicated. Because, like, I realize that I don't want this to be complex. I would rather this be the complex bit and this be the complex bit, right? I would rather keep the complexity out of, like, because this is basically, this file right here is going to act as like my list of skills. I'm gonna head out now. Have a great stream. I subscribe so I can catch you later sometime. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And thanks for the subscribe too. Thank you. Supporting small creators. That's what's up. I'm gonna go back to lo-fi, by the way. Only because I want to put in my headphones again. Alright. So, yeah, so that's why I'm doing the whole... That's why I'm, like, worried about the complexity of this right now, is because... because I don't want to have to deal with that later on, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So let's, yeah, so let's go back to it. We need to figure out something that we can do for this, because this is not going to work. Because is buff defense, that's going to be... Okay, maybe we need 3 checks. We need 1 check checking if it's an actual buff, like if it's a buff in general. And then the other 2 checks can be if it's an attack buff. Wait, we can keep it as two checks. Is buff. No. Is... Does it affect... No. No, because I want to add a resource buff eventually too, so... Let's add a different check. So many booleans, bro. There may be a very good chance I have to refactor this in the future as well. So I'm very aware of that. Let's just add another one, whatever. Or let's add it up here. I just want to see, like, is it a buff? Is it a buff kind of... is buff, right? And then is buff attack, is buff defense. So it's like, if this is, wait, no, is status. Status, we can maybe do that, right? Is status, like, because, like, that's what it is, right? It's like a buff or a debuff. What are those called exactly? What is a buff or debuff skill called in RPG or something? I don't know. They're called, like, a status effect. Yeah, okay, yeah. So let's just is status effect. Let's just do it. Let's be easy on ourselves here, and let's call it is status. Is status effect. Is buff attack. Is buff defense. And it's like... Is buff attack. Is buff defense. Maybe we could do a different integer. And we could just set it. Hello? Maybe change those bulls into an enum. I'm gonna be so honest, I don't have a lot of experience with those things. I know that's like so basic, and I'm sorry. It's just a set of constants. Oh yeah. I think honestly that might be better. Cause I'm kind of doing some kind of I'm doing a similar system. Like similar to enumeration, like here with the here, I'll show you. With these guys, I have like these constants listed out. Great minds think alike. Yeah, no, you guys like in sync right there. Thank you for the recommendation. And I think what I will do is I will do something like that. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, I mean, is this a good method? What do you guys think? Is this a decent method of doing it? Because what I might do is I might just add more constants here and just set it equal to that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know why I'm making it so hard on myself. I think it's because I'm tired and I'm hungry, so I'm not like really, um, not really on par right now. And you know what, too? We might just, we can scratch a lot of this. There's no reason for this to exist if we just define what it is here in the list. Yeah, no, I'm stupid. What am I doing? I'm not stupid, but I definitely am thinking very slow tonight. That might be way better. I'm thinking of doing that. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that. This is because, like, what? Why would I even do it like this? Because then we don't need to have so many checks. Then we can just type in what the skill type is. Yeah. Let's just do it like that. Yeah, we don't need to check it. Like, what? That just makes it so hard. We'll do it like that. So we're gonna fill in basically. We're basically gonna fill in a constant for these guys. So instead of having all these different types of checks, we can have an is magic because that will, you know, either subtracting like basically the resource type, that will matter. That will be fine. But we could just do an int. Or no, wait, we already have an int skill type, so we can probably just store the int skill type, and then go based on the skill type. So we can have here buff attack, debuff, buff defense, debuff defense. Create a formula for that, for all of those, because now we're also going to have to do a compute buff or a debuff formula for both, which is fine. That's fine. We can do that. But this is the much easier way to do it. So I think we're just going to do that. So what's going to happen is we can do, like here, instead of having all these different like statements here, we can just fill in exactly what it is. So this right here is a normal attack. So it'll, wait, I think skill already has it, right? So it's, where is it? Damage? No, it doesn't have it. Why, okay, why does skill not have it? Doesn't have it? Whatever, it's fine. We'll just do this. Include, do this. Damage, HP. Right? No? Undefined. How's it undefined? Skills. Oh, I'm including the same file I'm looking at. What in the world? What am I doing? Okay. Right, okay. This is constructor. So, and then for the skill constructor, we're gonna edit that. Yeah, okay. But this is so much better. This is so much better. We're definitely just gonna do this. We're definitely just gonna do this. I don't know why I was thinking doing that. I don't know what's going through my head right now. It's all good though. It's all good though. We got here eventually, right? We got here eventually. Alright. So let's go ahead and now we have to change all of this basically. So we'll just pass in int skill or int type. Let's do that. Int type. Int type. I'm trying to get hair on my face, I'm sorry. Int type, target enemy, resource type. Yeah, so we'll just get rid of these. We don't need them. Don't need these at all. Okay. Alright, so magic, and then we'll do int. What do we do? Type. Int type. Target enemy, none of these are needed. So we'll just do skill type equals type. We don't need these either. Okay. Did we have this here? I don't think we got to that yet. Yeah, so that's good. Okay, so the constructor's finished. All right. So now let's refactor this portion now. Yeah. Get target enemy. So this right here checks if it's an attack, if it's like attacking an enemy. But what we can do instead is maybe like, I mean, we could still do that, but I mean, I feel like that's not really needed. We can find a better way to do that, I think, for this portion. Like, it doesn't have to be get target, because all this is really doing is checking that it's an attack function, and therefore if it is, then it computes attack points, but if it isn't, then it computes restoration points. But that might not even really be a good way of getting this. We might want to get this a different way, because points are now not just going to be attack and restoration. They're instead going to be, we're also going to be computing status effects now and all that kind of stuff. So we might want to do this a little differently instead. So I think, yeah, we might actually want to do this a little differently here. Yeah, because we're not computing this very well. This is not a very efficient method. Well, based on the fact that now we're going to be worrying about buffs and debuffs and all that kind of stuff. There's like, this just isn't, it's just not a good way to go about this. So let's let's just refactor this then. So points, this right here is meant to get the exact amount of whatever points it's supposed to be added to or taken away from whatever stat, basically. That's what this portion right here is for. So now we need to check the skill type, basically. In fact, maybe what we could do instead is we could just get rid of this and just do this down here, because we're already doing if statements that check the skill type. And so it's like, if skill type is this, then compute the points for this, and then, you know, do those points. Yeah, that might be a better way of doing it, honestly. Let's just do it like that. Or let's try to do it like that, I think. I think that's probably a little better. So, yeah, let's just do that. I don't really want to. We'll have it compute the points down here too. So, I guess, points. Still do that here though, yes. And yeah, these can compute the points. So what we can do is, if it's a damage HP type, then obviously we just need to do compute attack points, right? And then what do we pass into that? I always forget. Let's go to it. Let's go to our formulas file. Compute attack points. Oh wait, I didn't click it. Am I tripping? Okay, so base points, which is the skills base points, the source attack stat, and the target's defense stat. And then also a boolean to check if it's defending, or if the other target is defending. So yeah, okay, that's pretty easy then. So base point, let's split this up really quick, just so I have a little bit of a reference to it. Where are we at? Okay, so we need to pass in here. I'll put this down here, that way my head's not blocking what I'm doing. I'll do this too. So compute attack points, we need to pass in base points, source attack. Okay, so we'll do the skill get points, and then we'll pass in the, let's see, what is it, source get ATK, and then we'll do target get DEF, and then we need to get another target get is defending, not get is alive, get is defending. Okay, so that's all that's really need to be passed in there. And I know that the only real difference for the other one is just, or like for the restoration one is just, it's just base points and attack. Which is kind of weird. Because restoration, like, what, we're restoring something? We might want to change that in the future. And I think the way that I'll do that is I'll just add a comment right now stating that let's change this in the future. I like that idea. What about you guys? Do you guys like that idea? Because I don't think it's immediate right now that we need it. Needs. Just needs adjustments. You're welcome, future me. All right. So let's continue. Let me go to the where we just were. Okay. So is defending. Obviously. That. And so now what we want to do is we're going to need to compute for each one of those guys too, or for each of the if statements as well. So if it's restore HP, then instead it's going to be compute restore points. And we do this by using the skill get points and the source get attack, which is so weird. I don't know why we're doing that right now. Like, we're using the attack. What stat is used for like in an RPG, like what stat for restoring? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it like a magic stat? But maybe like we can maybe instead. Does VS Code have to do? Is that like an extension? If so, I probably need that extension. I have like to-do comments all over my program. I don't know, let's see. To-do tree? Highlight to-dos and comments? Looks like it just does highlights. But I'm not sure. Might check that out later. You know, we might not do get attack. We might instead, a better way of, you can rename attack to magnitude. That's so smart. Right. Could do that. Because what I was thinking is I was thinking of using the, the max resource, because right now here I'll show you kind of how we have it set up right now. Yeah, let me show you. So the way that I have it set up, or the way that I was thinking about doing it just now, is like what we could do is instead we could use the max resource and use that as like the stat that would determine the magnitude of the healing, because that in of itself is, well, then again, it's, I mean, that's really more used for like, but like, you know, you think of like max HP, like I know in RuneScape, for instance, you know, your HP level is how much HP you have. So I was thinking of using max resource as like that kind of statistic instead of using attack as like a magnitude. But that is a really good idea. I'm considering doing it, but I just don't know if I want to, because if it's like magnitude, I still kind of want to keep attack, and I still kind of want to have the freedom to add more stats, if that makes sense, like more like statistics later. It's not statistics, but you know, stats or whatever. I was thinking of using max resource, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So I think I'm going to do that instead of get attack, because that get attack doesn't really make sense. If we were doing get attack, we would need to change it to get magnitude, basically. What is, hold on, let me just look, what is exactly magnitude in RPGs? Like, what does it represent? The strength or power of an effect. Interesting. So Maybe. So does it apply for every move, basically? Moves and attacks and some magnitude refers to the move variable. Interesting. I don't know. If you guys have any recommendations, let me know. I can do it that way. Because magnitude, I mean, it's a pretty interesting way of thinking of it. I'm gonna do max resource for now, but we can change this. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. We could do max resource, but we can change it in the future if you guys think. I'm a little confused. What's resource and max resource? Oh, they're like, sorry, I should explain that. Stamina and like mana. So basically if, like, for instance, if the player is like a warrior class, they have stamina. So their resource stat represents their stamina. But if they're like a mage class, then resource represents their mana, basically. So that's basically what resource is. It's like the sorry, I probably should have explained that. I probably should have explained that. That's what those are. They're like the mana, the stamina, you know, like the physical resource, the magical resource, that kind of thing. So they're going to be used for skills, because that's what I'm adding today. I'm adding skills, and I want it to be able, or I want it to cost something whenever people use skills, except for the base attack, of course. I don't want that to cost anything. But yeah, that's what those are. Sorry, I should have explained that when I was explaining everything else. That's why I was thinking of doing get max resource, because essentially what that is because get max resource will go up as they level up. And so if they are, for instance, like a healer class, their max resource will be, you know, whatever. And I feel like they kind of correlate in a way. But what if you want to allow mixed class in future who uses both stamina and mana? I haven't thought of that, I'll be honest. But you do bring up a good point for scalability. Yeah. For now, I'm kind of making them like exclusive. I just, you know, when you pick a class, you either have stamina or you have mana, is kind of how I've been looking at it. But that is a good point, because like, well, firstly, every class is gonna get like a base attack where they can just like do a basic attack, but for now, I'm just gonna have it where it's kind of like you exclusively either the class gets mana, so either it's a magic class or it's a stamina class. That's what I'm thinking of it right now. It's better to give an character all possible stats than set max current values to 0 if they can't use it. Is that a better way of going about it? I can implement it like that if you think that's better. So what you're saying is what I could do, or what I probably should do, is I should, instead of having a max resource, I should have a max mana and max stamina for every single class. But obviously if they're like a warrior class, then they get, you know, their stamina stat, or sorry, their stamina to, you know, be able to actually use it. But if, you know, obviously the mana just wouldn't be changed. It would just be, it would just stay at 0. Is that kind of what you're saying? It's better to give it, because then the possibility of, like, you know, using both stamina and mana is definitely a very possible, or, you know, that sounds more scalable too. I guess my concern was like, I just didn't want to I didn't want to add unnecessary things if they, but then again, like, you bring up a good point. I might do that. But then again, or you can have an array of stats that could be added / removed. That's an interesting concept. I like that. Um. Hmm. Yeah, like we could have like a like for instance in my character right now, we have a vector of skills that can be added or removed. So what you're saying is we could create like a different vector or an array like you said of stats basically. That might be better. Well, then again. Um that would be cool, I guess. I feel like setting it equal to 0 would be an easier solution. But then again, like what I was thinking of maybe doing. No, that doesn't make sense. The reason I wanted it to be a resource, or I wanted it to be just a base resource statistic, was because I didn't want to have to worry about, having to treat derived classes differently in these kind of functions that I'm making right now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't want to have to worry about that. That was the main reason I just did like a basic resource class initially. So that way I wouldn't have to like treat it differently depending on what kind of resource it was. But then again, like, I think I might keep it as resource for right now. I think maybe in the future I can add something like that. But then again, if I wait, that means there's more I'd have to refactor. If I decided I wanted to add it, you know what I mean? Let's just continue with what we got. And if it all falls apart, it all falls apart. Baby, what you wishing for? Alright. Let's get back to it. I do think basing this on the get max resource is a decent idea. Only because, like, as far as restoration goes, I don't really want it to have the same magnitude as the attack, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like that should be different. So I think I'm going to keep it as this for right now. If some weird things happen, we can change it, but for right now, we'll just keep it as this. Compute attack points. Right, and we're going to compute this for skill, get points, source, get... This is damage resource. So if we're damaging resource, should it be based on attack if it's damaging resource? Because the only way that I see it damaging a resource is if it's like a magic, like a magic skill, where it's like mana drain or like stamina drain or like whatever, right? So I feel like we should base that on its max resource instead, because I don't see like a warrior class needing to do that, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Target, and we'll still factor in the defense. Target. If they're defending, should it even really do anything? Because I mean, if it's a magic thing, yeah, I mean, we'll still let it do it, yeah, because then it's like, that's just kind of like, yeah, we'll keep that up. We'll keep doing that. Defending. I can't feel my face. I can't feel my face. Alright. Compute. This one's restoration, right? Yeah, restore resource. So we'll do compute, restore points, skill, get points, and then we'll do source, get max resource. Ooh, wait. No, yeah. Get max resource is good. We'll do that. because I was trying to think of like, because I do want one skill to be like, because I'm thinking of like 3 basic skills that every single character will get, no matter what your class is. And that's a basic attack, a basic defending, and a conserve skill. So like you skip a move so that way you can conserve your stamina or your mana, and it can maybe like we'll increase it more than the typical amount after every move. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we do that. So let's do it like that instead. I can't stream for too much longer, bro. I got homework, bro. I gotta make sure I get my homework done tonight, bro. No, it won't take too long. I'm just having so much fun. Alright. So this is all of that. Now we need to do the same thing, or we need to, let's get back to what we were doing, and that's dealing with the buff and the debuff. Excuse me. The buff and the debuff for everything. So we got a lot of different errors over here, so that'll be fun to deal with. We may not be in a finishable state tonight, but it's fine. So as far as skills go, we can do the type. So this skill is that. Let's do the formulas. Is it a buff attack, debuff attack, buff defense, debuff defense? Buff attack. We can buff. I feel like now we could buff the resource a lot easier now too. Just because like yeah, we might want to do that. Well, we're doing damage resource and restore resource, but I just mean like buff and debuff in the terms of like maybe it like shrinks your, because we're also using, I mean, we are using that as a stat. I don't know. I'm hungry. That's what I know. I am hungry. Okay. How should we go about this? Let's just deal with these for now. I don't want to, let's not make this too complex right now. If we want to add that later, we can. So let's go to the action. And now what we need to do, this will need to be an else if. Skill is get skill type. And if this equals restore resource. Okay. So now we need to do else if skill is get skill type equal to buff ATK. Okay. So buff ATK, how do we want to deal with this? So now we need to do some different computations here. So now we need to actually make some formulas for how we want the buff to actually take place, right? So in terms of this, target defense, source attack points, source, let's do source stat. That's a better name for that. Because we're not always doing. Should we just add, I mean, should we just add like a magnitude stat or something? I mean, but attack is the, it's already acting as the magnitude stat for a lot of this stuff. Oh, I don't know. Because using the, actually, you know what? That's kind of like terrible. It's a terrible idea, actually. Using get max resource is actually probably a really bad idea. So I think we shouldn't do that. I think that would actually be really bad. Now that I think about it. Yeah, we probably shouldn't do that. Because this is going to be like 50. Whereas the get attack is like 27. So that's actually really different. Yeah, no, that's actually really yeah. So how do we do this then? We just do like an M attack. And use M attack for like the resource, or sorry, like the restore. Because as far as like the physical resource type of skills, I feel like those obviously don't need like a magic stat, but in terms of like, I don't know, this is getting messy. This is getting messy, dude. This is not how this was supposed to go. Well, I mean, I guess we are changing the core component of this entire program, so obviously it's gonna be a little messy, but ugh, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. We might just damn. This might require a lot of refactoring, actually. So we might want to add more stats, if I'm being honest. That might be the solution that I need, is we just need to add more stats. Because these stats, I mean, they're used for this system. And so if we need stats to determine how powerful a certain skill is, like a restoration skill, then obviously we should probably add a stat for that, right? Like just like a magic stat, because you're not gonna, I mean, no physical type class is going to do that. So just having like a magic stat and just like a magic stat, but that's very exclusive to honestly, that one guy, that guy had a kind of a good idea. Storing the stats in a vector and therefore removing, like, therefore you can add and remove stats based on the class. That's kind of smart. I like that idea a lot. We might refactor to do that, low key. That was a really good idea. I don't know if they're still in here, but I think I'm gonna go ahead with your recommendation. This is gonna be a very messy. This is, yeah, but it'll work, I think, in the long run. So what I might do, I like using vectors, so I'll probably just use a vector, and I'll store the stat for it. You know what we could do? We could make a struct of stats, because something else that I kind of think about is like, I think of like the like, I'm trying to think of like skills, like, for instance, right? Like, what if we want skills to be unlocked at certain levels? And so therefore we could store like some kind of like something that would state what skills to unlock at a certain level. So what we might want to do is we might want to make a stat struct, right? Because I feel like if we do that, that would be a lot easier for us. So we might make a new file. So what we might do now, excuse me, what we might do now is I'm going to go ahead and push what we have to the current branch. Make sure I'm in the right one. Git add. And I'll just say refactor. What did I refactor? I refactored damn near everything in this. Refactored everything. That's what I'll say. Git push origin feature action system. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll make a new branch. Well, actually, wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, we won't make a new branch. I just want to make sure that we start from that everything else is kind of conserved and saved before we do this. So I'm gonna make a stat file where we will essentially just create a stat struct, because I want to define exactly how statistics will actually work. I mean, there'll be floats. I mean, they'll have a float value, but I kind of want them to have something else too. Like I want them to have like an array or something, like storing what skills are unlocked at certain levels, right? I'm trying to think how I would do that. This is fun though. I mean, I know like my code is a mess right now. Like we've refactored like everything. Oh wait, why am I writing private? That's stupid. I know like everything's kind of a mess right now, but this is a very fun project. This is surprisingly very fun. Like genuinely. So I'm enjoying it. Float. Float. I don't know. Stat value. Stat value. Or like stat number. I don't know. What's like the number? I mean, it's a stat. We'll just do stat value. Stat value. Okay, and then we want to store like some kind of vector of pairs where, oh shit, hold on, I'm trying to think. Some kind of vector that stores what should be accessed to. What's the pair thing? Hold on. There's a way you can store pairs. There's like a pair kind of thing. C++. I forget. Is it in the standard type library? Right, pair. Utility header. I've definitely used that before. I think vector automatically includes it though if I do it, or if I include vector. So I might just include vector really quick. Include vector. Because what I want to do is I want to do a vector of pairs with the level in which a skill is unlocked, as well as the skill that it actually is, right? Let's see if oh yeah. Look at that, you are still here. Yeah, no, I'm let's see if I'm refactoring stuff. Yeah, so it is a utility. Yeah, okay, yeah. So I've used this before. We're gonna have to include. Wait, I don't think skills is already included in that. We'll just call it. Why not? A vector of pairs. Pair. Int level and a skill. Does that work? Or no? Skills. Okay, this might be wrong. Let me see. Is it a CD? Is that why I gotta add that? Too few arguments. What am I missing here? Pair. Int level. Skill. But my stat needs to know when a skill is unlocked. Things and traits. Can't have names. Wait, really? Like this can't have a name? Oh, do I just need to define... Thank you. Appreciate you. Sorry. I feel like I've used this before, but... Well, my reasoning... Got you. Thank you. Sorry about that. My reasoning behind it was because I was like... Wait. No, wait, I'm doing this in the wrong place. This needs to be... No, I'm not. Wait, where does this belong? Skills, vector pair... No. Oh my god, bro. This... Okay. I think what I really meant to do was I meant to actually add this here for the skills instead. I think that makes more sense. And what I was thinking instead was here, what I was trying to do is... Where's it at? No, I guess we don't really need this then. Because I don't need to store anything else, do I? I feel like there was two values I was thinking of, but... Because what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to do what you actually recommended. In a way. Which was basically have a vector. Let me get rid of these because I don't really ever use them. I was going to have a vector of skills, basically. Or, sorry, not that. Of stats, basically. Like, so... Vector of floats. And it would just be like stats, basically. And I feel like I wanted to add something for the stats, but I guess if they're just a numerical value, and that's all that really matters, then I guess I don't need anything else. Yeah, we don't need this. If I do need it, we'll just do something else. We'll just do this then. And I guess I can construct this to where... Let's go to the constructor. Hold on. Character constructor. Wait, but would that need to be a pair in that case? Because like that's really more so meant for... No. This needs to stay where it was. This shouldn't be a pair. What I'm thinking instead is the pair should actually be in the actual derived classes. That's kind of what I was thinking instead. Yeah, that's where they would belong. Yeah, so I don't know why I did that. Alright. Well, as for this, I'm going to... Yeah. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Might sign off here in a second. Gotta get up at 7 tomorrow. I won't be able to stream tomorrow though, so I'm trying to like take advantage of it. I don't know. Let's just try to fix this constructor first and then I'll see. So now that we're gonna have the stats being a vector, these are okay to keep. Yeah, these are okay to keep. EXP isn't a stat, so we can keep that. HP, max HP, those are okay to keep. Resource, max resource, okay to keep. So really the only thing that we need to add is attack and defense. So I'm gonna get rid of these first. And I guess the only thing is that the character constructor is also used. These derived classes as well. In fact, it computes based on these formulas in here. I'm gonna need to look at all this code and let me see. See what you said. Probably you need to have stat as current and max values. Also, if you are doing stats via a vector, you need to be able to recognize what specific stat that is. If it's health, mana, physical attack. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So you think, so honestly a struct might be good then. A current and a max value. So like current value 1, max value 99 would be kind of ideal for that. And a struct also allows us to name it. Yeah, actually that's probably a good idea. Yeah, let's add that. Let's add that. Yeah, I like that idea. Okay. Man, I'm so tired, bro. I've been up since 5 a.m., believe it or not. Alright, include character.h. Right? We need that? Do we need that? We don't need that. See, you can tell I'm tired. I'm delusional. Struct stat. I'm gonna keep the current. Current. I think just current's fine. Current. Do max. I think that's good, honestly. So now we can just do a vector of the stat structs. So that way we can name them and all that good stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Stat. Oh, yeah, because we're not including it, of course. Include stat dodge. Is my music still playing? Okay, I'm just making sure. I feel like eventually the video is gonna end. It's a 12-hour long video, but I don't know if it's actually gonna stop. Mr. Pistol Papa. Alright. Yeah, so a vector of stats I think is a good idea. And so now what we need to do is we need to whenever a character is created, it takes the level, takes that current level and assigns the stat based on that. So what we would need to do is we would need to I do like the direction that we're going. This is very this promises like scalability, and it allows us to use whatever stats we need for whatever character. And this would be really, really good for what we're trying to implement, which is the skills and the action functionality. We just need to figure out how to do it. Or like, I don't know, I need to like collect my thoughts and see how to do it. Because we made all these formulas basically for setting the stats to certain values. So warrior attack level returns this, but I mean we can still do the same thing. It just requires it's true. Yeah, because like if we go here, enemy HP, it sets enemy HP to that. So what we could do is we could just, well, no, because then we'd have to go through the, vector. We have to set it. Hold on. So enemy is, first off, these don't need to be here. We can still use these formulas, but we can get rid of these. But how would we do the rest of this? Let me go back to the character really quick. Get rid of these because we don't really need them right now. Right. Float A. Float D. These decide the actual values. So what we need to do, this pushes down, huh? Maybe we could just do like stats dot pushback. I know there's still more to be done, but I'm trying to like just think about stat ATK, right? Not allowed. Oh, because no, but that, no, it should. It's still, no, but that should still do it. Hold on, wait. Type names not allowed. Stat. What do you mean, brother? Stat, struct stat, stat. Pushback. What am I missing here? I guess just it already knows it's that, so base attack. I guess I can't make a maybe if I just make a list, like a list of statistics, or statistics, list of like stats. Like I could do like stat ATK, stat DEF, right? Stat magic. Let's just actually name these out, by the way. I feel like that would make more sense now that we're doing it this way. Stat magic, stat attack, defense. And I guess we could go ahead and give it the values too, huh? We do like a constructor for the stats. Yeah, so that should set those equally. It should be something that is considered max. Gotcha. Well, I mean, will this work if I just... Well, then again... No, wait. But then again, if I, hold on. Place back. Attack. Second param needs to be something that is considered max. I was thinking of doing it like this, but then again... Because then we would redefine it in the constructor based on the formulas that I set out here. That's kind of what I was thinking. Why in place back? Figure out what that does. Place back versus pushback. Placement plus methods. Pushback, yeah, I know pushback. This method constructs the object directly in the container's memory at the end. Really? Oh. That's interesting. So in place back would probably be better. Yeah, that's so much better. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Thank you for mentioning that. I didn't even know that was a thing. Like it says, I'm a student, so I don't know everything. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. But yeah, I was thinking of redefining the stats based on that. Place back. Yeah. That's much better. And place back. Practice zone will never breach. Attack, basically. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Place back, attack. And what we could do, place back, get defense. Or maybe what we should do instead is we could modify this struct here to take in some kind of different. Wait. Some kind of different. Because we don't need to, these don't need to be anything yet. These can just stay as one. The only reason, the only time that these would need to be adjusted is after it's decided that the character is an enemy, a boss, or a, or like a warrior, or whatever other class, right? That's the only time it would need to be adjusted, in which case we can. So I think leaving this as this is okay. And I don't know if I should add the magic stat to every single one that's created. Let me see. The way to find out what kind of stat it is, probably a little more. Option 1, add an int type to the struct, to stat struct. Option 2, so you can search by type quickly. That's a really good recommendation. So I can search it, or search for it by type. What is playing in my ear, bro? Right, it's playing recommended tracks right now in my ear. Ugh. And dropped. Let me adjust these constructors first. But we'll need to do something with the hold on, let me return. Let me just adjust these really quick. And then what I want to do is I want to check and see how I can do this with the derived classes afterward as well. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. This is very messy though. There's so many like loose ends right now that I don't I'm definitely gonna have to do some, like, I'm not gonna be able to run the actual program for a while. I'm actually gonna just have to debug for a little while, which is fine. Okay, let's go here. Let's see how we can do this. Let's go to enemy.h first. So we take in obviously the name and the level. It should probably be a reference string because that's better, but whatever, we'll just avoid that for right now. And then this is going based on the character class, or the character constructor. Enemy resource, enemy, wait, n, which is name, level, enemy HP, which constructs the max HP and the actual HP. Resource max resource. And then what we need to do, wait, what param are we missing here? We're definitely missing something. Like for the actual constructor. Either that or we have too many. What is it? Level, max HP, resource, the attack and the defense. We don't need that. We definitely don't need that. Yeah, no, because I mean that's just gonna be added. That's just gonna be added to whatever, right? Let me see. Go back here. Okay. All right, let's go back here. Yeah, okay, now it's fine. So now what we need to do is we just need to set the attack, right? So just do attack current. And these are for leveling. That's what this is for. That's what these functions are for. Just for your information. Defense current. And what I'm going to do is, I think what we'll do is we'll recompute the attack and the defense here. So what we'll, yeah, this is actually kind of easy. We can do attack dot current equals, yeah, like we'll just do the exact same thing here, basically. So enemy ATK based on the level. And then we'll do defense dot current equals enemy def level. And what I'm thinking is we can add, like, for instance, warrior. Like, I'm trying to think of some other stats that we can maybe do, like a, I don't know, like a strength stat or something like that. No, that's a bit much. I don't want to do that. Like, I don't know, something that like a warrior could have that a magic that like a magic user couldn't have, just so I can test something out. No, my headphones just died. I'm trying to think though, I can't think of it, of what I could do. Maybe like a I don't know, some kind of I don't know. Warrior RPG stats, something like that. We do like strength, damage, health, dexterity. Okay. Critical strike. I don't know. I feel like the only Nah, I don't know. I have no idea. Warrior has stamina, mage has mana? Yeah, exactly. But like what I'm doing right now is I created here, I'll go back to this the stat list, or like the stat file. If I can find it. There's so many. There we go. Alright, yeah, so I created like just like a magic stat, right? Because I want to use that for certain skills. Right? And so I'm trying to think if there's anything that like a warrior would have, or anything that like a physical user would have that a magic user wouldn't have, like a magic user wouldn't want or need. I don't know. What we could do maybe is like we could maybe instead replace attack with something else. I know you mentioned magnitude, but we can maybe replace it with something that's, sorry, something that's a little bit more like we could maybe like replace attack with like strength. And so therefore like a physical user would have strength. Well, no, I don't like that. Like, because like for instance, I'm thinking of like, for instance, like if they choose to be an archer, they get an archery stat, right? Or, I mean, maybe even a mage, like they can not just have a magic stat, they can have a healing stat or something like that. Nah, attack in this context is fine. That's what I'm thinking too. I was thinking of trying to do something else. I could just create a whole nother. Yeah, actually, let me. I mean, it's simple. It's easy. Let me just create a mage class really quick. It's gonna have basically the exact same setup. Let me just do that really, really quickly. Because I've been wanting to do it. And, yeah, let me just do this really quick. Just so I can test something out. Mage. And then, yeah, all of this will be the same, essentially. Okay, and then it's going to have the exact same kind of implementation here. Oh, shoot. Let me edit this really quick, though. Defense. Current. And this needs to be adjusted as well. We can do attack.current equals warrior CK level. Defense current equals warrior level. Okay. Yeah, so let me copy this really quick. And we'll make a mage.c++. Copy that. Kodak Black in my ear right now. It's amazing. Oh yeah, we probably need to... We need to make something for that too. Oh, jeez. How about a hit stat? A hit stat. I feel like that would be kind of cool. But that sounds more like a, like how often you hit, right? Like for instance, like in RuneScape, the attack stat basically is the hit stat. It's like how often you hit something. So maybe, I don't know. For right now, I don't think so. I think I'm just gonna have magic be kind of the exclusive thing that's just for like mages and like healers. And the thing is, I was trying to look for like a stat. Let me see. If you want that mage as magic exclusively, then warrior should have stamina exclusively. So warrior drains stamina for actions. Right. Exactly. But I mean like for instance, it's fine for prototype. Though a little bit more. I was more so thinking like, for instance, like for instance, we still have right now, I still have max resource. That's how I'm calculating how much like physical resource it has, or the character has, or how much magical resource the character has. And the stats are more so, these are just for the actual battling, like the actual combat. So therefore, like how much you heal someone or how much your fireball does or whatever is depending on your magic stat. And so basically what I was saying is like I was looking for something or some kind of stat that would be exclusive to like some kind of warrior. The stamina is obviously exclusive, and so is the magic, obviously, but those are more like, those would more so be leveled in the same way that HP would be leveled. I feel like HP doesn't really need a stat. It has what it is, so that's more so what I was looking for in that sense. But yeah, let me finish this really quick so I can kind of just work out how I'm gonna do it. Because what I was thinking is like, okay, so it's a mage, so therefore we would do, or we would want to come up here actually before we do anything actually, and go ahead and add to the stats and place back the magic stat, right? So place that back, and then we would do like a, you know, like a mage defense, something like that. for it. So we do like magic current equals mage magic. My voice just cracked. My voice has been cracking the entire time. But yeah, like we would do something like that basically is what I'm trying to say. Should the power, wait, let me see. Should the power of hit or spell depend on the attack stat? Like, you mean like even like if you're a mage and you're like attack, like you have like an attack move. Excuse me, if you have like an attack move, you're saying the attack stat should still do something? Because in my mind, the magic stat was kind of like a magic attack, like an M attack kind of stat, which I guess, I mean, we could do that instead, genuinely. Just M attack. But then again, that's kind of redundant. Like, I feel like we don't really need that if... I don't know. Let me make the formula first for the mage, and I might have to go. It's getting kind of late. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, bro. What? It's my one day off, so I took advantage of it, so I'm happy about that. So 250 will be the... No, 250 probably won't. Shouldn't be the base for everyone. We should probably have it be something less for the mage. Something like 180 plus, and then we'll do like times 6. I think it's good for that one. These aren't supposed to be perfect either, by the way. We can refine these in the future, but for right now, they're just kind of what they are, so. Give it 60. Then as time goes on, we'll actually let them get more, because that's kind of what they depend on. Russian float. Mage attack. See the attack, see they can still attack, because they'll still have like the basic attack skill. But, they won't like, I don't know. I mean, in cases where they might want to use it, like if they're out of like resources, then they can do that. And it's not going to be much at all. It's going to be like, instead of like 9 plus the level, times 2. Just something insane. And then we'll do defense, and then we'll do a magic one. This also won't be much. Wait, what? Do 5 plus level times 2. I'll tell you what, I'll do 3 on this one too, actually. Okay. Wait, no. I don't want to do that. Never mind. Then again, they're gonna grow at the same speed, but I don't know if I want that. Maybe not. Eh. Defense might actually be okay for... Because, I mean, like, what? I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about for right now. Mage, magic, int, level. Now, this one's gonna grow pretty fast. Oh, by the way, I'm not even returning these. I'm just calling them. Just doing the math and not doing anything with them. So, what do we want to do for this? I might just make it the same kind of like attack stat, maybe? Yeah, that might be nice. 15. Or maybe we can start with like 13 times level. And then grow by like... Whoa. Nah, that's pretty underpowered actually. Let's just do 15. Yeah, so the magic stat will grow like that. Whew. Man. This stream would not be as long if we weren't like refactoring everything that I already wrote. It's the fact that I decided to change everything. So, it's fun. Let me check my phone. I'm starving, bro. I might need to head out. Got work. Then I got school in the afternoons tomorrow. So, might need to head out pretty soon. I am having fun though, despite how I look. I'm just tired. Yeah. Okay. Let me go and change the boss one too really quick because I know that one's. Oh wait, no. Let's adjust this first. Fence. Mage ATK. Mage HP. Mage HP. Let's set these two, by the way. Mage P. Mage HP. By the way, we also need to probably add some functions for the resource, but I'll do that some other time, I think. Okay, let's do the boss one really quick. Oh yeah, we did a different EXP drop formula for this guy too. So for bosses, I'm not gonna worry about doing anything extra, like as far as giving them like a different stat. I guess we should, because some bosses might, or like if we wanted to create a boss that was like magic, then yeah, it's probably best that we give all of them. No, actually. Well, yes, maybe. Damn, I don't know. Let's not worry about it right now. That's what I like to do. Let's just not worry about it. For right now. Okay. Attack. Current. Defense. Current. Yeah, that's good. That might be a wrap for me. I don't know. 5 hours is crazy. Let me try to tie up any loose ends before I go. We'll definitely revisit this on Tuesday, I think. Either that or I'm going to work on my door sensor. I don't know which one I want to do, but I am having fun with this. But at the same time, it's a mess right now. It's such a mess. I don't know. I don't know. It's such a mess right now. There's still so many things, like, that I haven't implemented yet that need to be for us to finish what we're trying to do. So it's kind of rough, kind of hard. Yeah, I might go ahead and head out, actually. So, yeah. I still need to eat, man. Still need to eat. And, I, uh, I don't know how much left I got in me. Right about now. My brain feels like it's on overdrive. It's been working for 5 hours. For 5 hours, I've been dealing with this mess. Refactoring. And just, I don't know. Trying to think if there's any other like loose ends that I'm forgetting about before I go. We can do like, we can go ahead and create the other skills, I guess. Base, defend, or we just do like defend. Yeah. Attack. False. I think false, right? False. This is a buff defense. We'll do it by a factor of how many points? Maybe like just 10? No, that seems kind of high, actually. Let's not do by 10. Normal. Normal base. Excuse me. Normal base defend. Okay, and why are we getting errors? Oh, we're not. Cool. Base defend. And one skill I do want to do, or I want to kind of add eventually, is like a, some kind of conserve function, but I need to go ahead and implement the system that would let you gain back stamina or mana after every move or after every couple of moves. So what does it say? Ramen noodle. How long have you been learning? I've been doing JavaScript for a year and Java for 2 months. How long have I been learning? This will be my over a year, but not well over a year. Like probably a year and because summer 2024 is when I decided I wanted to start, or I first started learning Python, and so it's probably been a year and 4 months, 5 months, something like that. So you've been doing JavaScript for a year? Damn. JavaScript is a nightmare. I don't know how you do that. No, I mean I've done it for some back-end stuff, but I tried learning like web development a while back, but front end I can't do front end. I don't like it, just sucks. I hate it. For some reason. I just hate doing front end. So like, but I have used like Express.js for any kind of backend that I do. Like for instance, I have a door sensor that I'm working on, and I'm creating the backend for it in Node. So, but yeah. But yeah. You're looking more impressive than me. JavaScript feels easy for me, but yes, front end sucks. I'm really loving Java, but it's exhausting compared to Jazz. See, Java scares me. Good on you for doing that, because you're better than me, honestly. Java scares me, dude. Like it looks exhausting. I would hate to do that. Like, genuinely. And as far as me being more impressive, trust me, if you saw this whole stream, if you saw what I've been doing this entire stream, you would not think that. I have made this project so complicated. I've had to, like, I've made it such a mess, but it's fine. That always happens. So I look forward to doing a like having what I'm looking to get out of this. It'll be a lot of fun when I actually finally implement it. But geez, right now it is a mess because my stream on Friday, I did my first stream ever on this channel on Friday, and it went well, but I just excuse me, but I just made like a fundamental text-based RPG without like any sort of expansion. And I didn't make it very scalable at all. So now that I'm trying to expand it, I'm just kind of, at this point, I'm just having fun with it. I'm just expanding on whatever I want. And it is a nightmare. I have messed it up so much. You don't even know. Not messed it up. Like, it's not messed up. It's just like, there's so much refactoring that has to be done now. Because of the way that I did it on Friday. Even yesterday, I did pretty good too. Like, Classical has no member current. What does this mean? What you talking about? Class member? What? What do you mean class member? Attack isn't a class member. Base attack. Right. Classical is no member current. Yes, it does. Did I change it? What the hell? What happened? Maybe it's because I renamed that. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I feel like I know exactly what happened. Where did I do that, though? I forgot where I did that. Attack. It's an attack function, right? That's what it is, I think. It's a function name attack, and it's somewhere. Yes. It's here. Jeez. Yeah, that's why it happened. Okay, so we're just gonna call it, something different. I'm gonna do basic attack instead, and we'll do basic defend as well. Okay, that should fix everything, right? Fixed. Okay, I was concerned. Well, this is C and C++, right? Isn't C just absolutely insane to learn? I don't know, like, this is C++. C is very, I mean, I like low-level languages. So, to me, C and C++ are kind of like right up my alley. Just so much freedom. I'm doing a car dealership project, and I'm in the same boat. C on itself is easy, actually. C, yeah, C by its, yeah. I don't really have much of a problem with C, honestly. I'll have to show my door sensor code. Well, I'll do my door sensor code because I've programmed all of it in C. But it's very basic. I originally designed my code for multiple dealerships when we're only accounting for one, and it caused many issues later. Yeah, that's always my problem with projects. Like, I design it one way, and then I'm like, oh, this would be kind of cool to add, and I'm like, oh, that'd be really nice to add, and then I try to add it, and then it just blows up everything I've already done. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Thankfully, this isn't for like school or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about like any sort of deadlines. I'm just kind of having fun, which is good. But I've done this during school projects too. I've like because the thing with like school projects, like you have like the requirements, but I'm like, ooh, it would be kind of cool though if I added this, right? Because I mean, I do this shit as a hobby, right? Sorry, I shouldn't swear, but Christmas lights, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. C isn't that hard to learn. It is not. C is not hard to learn. In fact, C++ itself, I mean, I know we're talking about C, but C++ is taught in introduction courses at college. We don't learn about Java till like 3rd year usually. C++ is learned at like the very beginning. So. I've tried learning C++ multiple times and can't seem to get too far after learning about all the constructors. Oh yeah? Well, hey, you're in the right place. I got tons of tutorials on my video, on my channel. No, I'm just playing. You don't have to. I love object-oriented programming, so it's very nice to... C++ is right up my alley for that kind of thing, so adding that extra fun detail is what makes anyone a good programmer. I'm making a music software on the side. I just love making stuff. Exactly, it's an art form, bro. I've been saying this. It's art. I mean, it can be very chaotic art, but it's art at the end of the day. That's sick though. Music software? Do you have a channel? Can I subscribe to you? Because that seems dope. Like, what? You're making a music software, bro? Like, that's sick. I mean, it says Ramen Noodle YouTube, so I'd assume you have something. Let me see if I can look you up. No, but I just love C++. I'm not a pro at it by any means necessary. I am not a pro at it, but it's right up my alley. It's works great. I will say JavaScript. I do stopped doing YouTube a long time ago. All right. There's not much to really do on YouTube when you program. You know what I mean? Like, doing live streams like this is really kind of all you can do for the most part. Other than that, you gotta like either like do like gaming or some other stuff. So, I feel you. I used to make tutorials, but I'm not gonna make nearly as many now because I'm really enjoying streaming. But yeah, C++ is like right. Just love it. I don't know what else to say about it. Other than that though, JavaScript is actually kind of nice. I know I was kind of like dissing on it, but I've used JavaScript more than I'd like to have, so I'm kind of decently proficient in it. So I say decently proficient. So I can like that in TypeScript. I'm pretty decent with. So, for instance, I think on my GitHub, I still have a repo that's public. I made a RuneScape bot just purely in JavaScript. Long time ago. That was fun. But yeah. You know what I really want to get into? I really want to get into OpenGL. Because I would love to start making graphics in C++. I feel like that'd be a lot of fun. Then again, I don't know. It's hard to tell what I should focus on. Everyone's trying to do like AI stuff. And I've worked with AI like in the form of like I've made like I don't know, like a simple like MVP that allows an AI to be talked to and can allow like for a RAG, right? What's it called? What's the actual name called? I don't know, I forgot, but the system that AI uses to look up stuff. I had to make an MVP for that kind of process and then reply to someone. I had to do that for work actually. That was pretty cool. But that's really all I've touched in AI. But I'd like to touch it more. But yeah. I'm just talking at this point. I'm not even working on the code. Ugh. Base attack. Basic attack. And let's do another skills pushback too. Wait, should these be in placeback probably? Assume placeback actually. I just learned about in placeback. Basic defend. Cool. Yes, retrieval augmented generation, yeah. I did a little bit with that. AI is where the money is, but I like to bash my head against the wall instead. The process of creation is more enjoyable than just having vague end result. I agree, for sure. I think AI is a really good teacher. Like if I have a question, like if I genuinely want to learn something, AI is good for that, but for like coding a project, first off, it's not even good at that. Like, I mean, it's good at that. Like it can give you something, but like, you know, AI is scary. Like you need somehow figure out how much layers. So there are tons of different type of months. Then wait for months to train it. Yeah, massive amount of data. Um, you have to like really be good with like what's it called, neural networks or like networking, that kind of thing. And I haven't done anything with that. I've only just connected APIs. Do you generate code with AI? I have before. Um, I've definitely done that, but I prefer not to. I will say, any program, any project that involves CSS, yes, 100%. I'm using AI. I don't care. Screw front end, bro. I'm not doing nothing with that. So anything with CSS, yes. But other than that, no, not really. Because I mean, I enjoy this. I mean, like I enjoy doing this. I'm still a student, so I'm not like, you know, I'm still learning, obviously, but I also just enjoy doing it. And AI is not even like really all that, like, I don't know, like, sure, like I mess up, but AI also messes up too. So it's like, what would I rather do? Learn from it, learn from my mistakes, or have to correct AI's mistakes? You know what I'm saying? Same, bro. Yeah. These days, 100% of my work is either generating code or auditing generated code. See, that's what I hate. Auditing generated code is the worst. Having to like fetch out a bug that AI generated, dude, that is worse than having to. That's far. That's like 100 times worse than having to find a bug that you created. Like genuinely, I will admit, uh, as long as you guys don't tell anyone, one time for work I had to I did generate something out of AI, but it was simply just so I could um it was just a Python script. It wasn't anything crazy. It's my niche. I write tests. Really? Front end is the only thing AI is really good at anyway. You're right. Except for, okay, it's decent. It's decent at React, I've learned. I really suck at making something look good anyway. Otherwise, maybe debugging. But it's wrong half the time. Exactly. Exactly. It's great at CSS. It's great. Like, it's so amazing at CSS. I say, because I can say what I want it to look like, and it can get decently close. And I know enough CSS to kind of like fix it if I really need to, like fix the padding or whatever. But, you know, I write tests right now. Java tests are pretty helpful. I've never wrote a test before. Or like, I've never done that. Keep on wishing. What are you guys referring to as tests? Go find your channel, something like. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm calming down right now. I'm not actually programming anymore, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Helping out a small creator. I enjoy talking to chat. It's nice. Especially after 5 hours of just absolute chaos. This thing has blown up in my face. So big. So much, dude. I do not like where this is coming, or where this is headed. It's fine though. We're gonna fix it. I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, but I can definitely stream on Tuesday. We can get this thing looking good. I'm a web dev. I write tests. Let's Playwright and Jazz. Oh, sick. Thank you for the subscription, Ramen Noodle. Appreciate it. By the way, these, in case you guys are wondering, I didn't know this, but it only shows those if your subscribers are public, by the way. I had no idea about that. So if anyone has subscribed and you didn't see that, that's why. End test, click through UX. Oh, okay, I got you. Units, yeah, okay. Unit test, got you. Cool. That's cool. Are you full stack? Like a full stack dev? Web development's nice. I just
hate front end. Front end is the worst. It's not the worst, but it's like, honestly, bro, the most skilled devs go to front end because they can actually make something look good. Full stack, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Nice. Yeah, when I first started programming, that was kind of like my big thing is like, I wanted to make a website. So, Next.js, Superbase. Oh, Superbase. See, everyone hates on what's it called? What did I use? I used MongoDB. Is that a bad framework to use for databases? Because I had some friends tell me that I should be using SQL instead, but I've only ever used MongoDB. And I'm curious because you are a full stack dev. I'm curious as to what you say about that. Because I've only ever used MongoDB. But yeah, I used to want to make websites. And they're fun to make, but I realized how much I hate front end, so not so much for me. Electron. What's Electron? Nothing wrong with Mongo, especially starting off. Yeah, okay, yeah. See, that's why I learned it, because I was very new to it at the time, and I just never switched. Like when I first started programming, I just never switched off of it. But I think everyone uses, especially with Mongo, this has a lot more capability. See, that's the thing. Mongo is like very limited, I've heard. SQL though, Mongo is SQL based, isn't it? Yeah, I need to upgrade my stack, if I'm being honest. Upgrade my stack. It says that. I need to learn SQL. I will the next website I haven't worked on a web project since. No, okay, actually it was earlier this summer, so JavaScript desktop framework. Oh yeah. I think I heard that. Source me 11 plus years of experience. Damn, okay. Okay. I didn't know who I had in my chat. Now I'm nervous. Please don't judge my code. Damn. I got some devs in my in my chat. Sorry. I need to stop swearing. I'm an educational channel now. I can't swear. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to do before I push this code. No, you're chill, dude. Thank you. I don't C++, so you're teaching me. Ooh. I have tutorials, but those are scripted. So if you learn from my streams, I don't recommend that. Because I make so many mistakes. On stream, which is crazy because it's like I have the tutorial, so I'm like, I shouldn't mess something up, but I do. I'm close friends with a senior dev. These are shaking when he was like, "Yeah, my code." It helps though. I always volunteer in class to show my projects. No, yeah, that's awesome. First off, you're better than me. Showing your code in class, way better than me, man. But I've had like senior devs review my code. And I know exactly what you're talking about. It's pretty nerve-wracking. But it is good though. It's really good because they know so much. Like it's insane. Like it's insane how just I'm like low-key kind of excited about like imagine like how much knowledge I'm gonna have like in 10 years. In 10 years, like, I want to be so like, dude, like I'm gonna have seen everything in the book. I'm still gonna need Stack Overflow, but you know, I swear I lose 50. Yeah, I feel you, bro. Same. Yeah, like one time I had a senior dev at my job. asked me like what is that loop doing or something like that, and it took me like 20 seconds to tell him. It's like I forget my code for some reason. Like I swear I've like it's probably seemed like I didn't write the code at certain times, because I just like, for some reason I lose all comprehension of how my code actually works. It's insane. But that's what it is. I don't know. Felt like I began it after 10 years. I started. I had no idea how deep the rabbit hole went. Imagine just in 3 months, the last year, I learned concepts I thought wasn't capable of learning. It's so exciting. It is nice. That's why I like, it's such a rewarding career path, because like, yes, the slide popped on my feed, just somebody say hi. Hello. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for stopping in and say hi. I appreciate you. Because like you were saying, the rabbit hole is so deep, but like that's kind of why I like this career path, because it's like I'm never gonna stop learning new things. You know what I mean? Like I'm always gonna be adding to my toolbox, if that makes sense. Like that's just like, that's really cool in my opinion. There's not a lot of other career paths that are like that. Like you get far enough in accounting, you're as far as you're ever gonna get. Like skill wise, I mean, you know what I mean? But like programming, and I don't know, like just developing, like that's a whole different realm. I've made so many nerd friends and it's awesome. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Same, bro. The best place to make friends for me that also like programmed or whatever has been like at internships and stuff like that. I certainly agree. Awesome. I'm glad you agree. It's lifelong learning is what attracted me to software dev. Exactly. Like I'm gonna be learning this until I can no longer, until my arthritis finally stops me from being able to do anything. Like I'm gonna be learning until then. So until the what's it called? Carpal tunnel? I was drawn to the programming for the same reason, but it comes with a lot less job security for these days, unfortunately. It does. I'm very lucky. I'm very fortunate to have gotten a job. Not a job, but an opportunity. I've gotten opportunities. Because right now the market is so rough for people with degrees, especially right out of college. In this field, the learning never stops, truly non-stop. That's what exactly is what I'm saying. Exactly. Like it's non-stop. Like you will always be learning. Like there's not a lot of career paths like that. Like, you know, like it is nice. It's really cool. I was a pianist for 8 years, and it got boring to be programming. Is the only thing that just keeps the fire lit this long. First off, that's awesome, pianist, and secondly, for sure. Because I mean, in 10 years, I'm gonna be still doing this, and I'm gonna like I'm still gonna be learning stuff. You know what I mean? And like new frameworks will come out, new whatever will have, like I don't know, like there's gonna be so many, like, and you know, it's just gonna keep advancing too. Like it's constantly evolving, right? I mean, technology will never go away. Like it's truthfully one of the most rewarding career paths. Not even just money wise, you know, like just genuinely enjoyable, basically is what I'm saying. So it's really nice. I really do enjoy it, honestly. There's times like well, like tonight I was it will be mostly handled by AI though. Yeah, maybe so. You might be right, but we'll see. It will just provide the higher abstraction direction. Yeah, that's probably a very realistic look at how it'll go. Like, who was it that said like one day programming is just gonna be like English or like just like normal language, because we'll just be like basically managing the LLMs, or like not even that, like just the AIs that actually, you know, program. I think it was the Nvidia CEO, which by the way, I think they just became the first $5 trillion company, or like with a market cap of $5 trillion, which is crazy. $5 trillion. Jeez, bro. That's actually sick. Sorry, I heard that the other day. I was like, oh my gosh, 5 trillion. I think it's Nvidia, right? Nvidia stock. What's their market cap? Yeah. Well, okay, it's at 4.92 trillion now, but still. It's in. Yeah, right? $5 trillion. I mean, honestly, it makes so much sense though. I mean, AI and the amount of I think they just did a pretty big deal with OpenAI recently. Something about some data centers they were gonna start doing, or they were gonna start constructing. There will always be people coding in assembly. Dude. Exactly. People need to say the same things, not just with code. You can describe a full stack feature in English, including all the same complexity. Exactly. And honestly, that sounds kind of sick. Like, because I mean, while I love doing like I love programming, but at the same time, like, imagine how many great minds would, like, how many really good, creative, intelligent minds can create some really good things with using tools like that, right? Where they could just like use English. Like, I don't know, like I feel like it'll be really good as far as making really good stuff. Right now we're just kind of in a time that AI is not perfect, obviously. So I still have a shot of getting in the market right now. Barely a shot, but barely a shot. I mean, I already got my foot in the door, so that's what matters. But that'll be really cool someday. 5 trillion is actually so insane though. Like, what is that? That's like technical barrier has been struck nowadays, yeah. Like, yeah, like the technical barrier. It's gonna be like just diminished, basically. Like, and especially with like, congrats by the way, damn. Congrats? Oh, what, for the getting my foot in the door? Thank you. Appreciate it. Connections matter. For anyone trying to get in the market, connections really matter. Please network if you can. No matter what, creativity will drive. Exactly. Creativity is always going to be. That's why I don't like, obviously my degree right now is, it's computer science, right? Which is math heavy, kind of. I mean, we don't have to do like differential equations or anything like that, but it is pretty math heavy, and it's technically a STEM degree, technically. Call it whatever you want, but that's why I don't like disrespect people with like art degrees and stuff, because like I think someday when AI is just like so advanced and our civilization is like so advanced, art is still going to be a very crucial and important thing. Like, creativity is always going to be there, and I think even this could be a form of art someday. Who knows? I think the gap that remains will always remain. My guess is that we are at the limit of model capacity. Gotcha. Model capacity. You mean just like it's like model capacity? I'm a little confused by that, I'll be honest. Like we could make better AIs, but connections and soft skills. Yeah, for sure. Soft skills as well. Yeah. 100% connections really matter. I know people who are not really that technical, but got a lot of opportunity because they know because of who they know and their connections. Yeah, exactly. Connections matter so much. Like, and I used to like not think so. I was like, no, I'm just gonna be like really good, and like people can't deny me, right? But there's so many people. There's people better than me that deserve the position I have right now. Yet, I got it because I, I'm not gonna say I'm great at connecting, but I have connections. I had connections. The statistics suggest that we can't improve the AI models with more data. We would need exponentially more data for linear. Oh, interesting. Wow. So it's really interesting. So what would be like the solution for that? Like if we wanted to improve? Glad you recommend your channel. Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate you. Good to have a experienced dev in here, of course. I'm sure a lot of these people are, but thank you. Appreciate it. It's hard to be good enough to be that recognized. You will always have popular or people better than you and people to teach. Yeah, exactly. Like, and that's for anything. So there's a lot of people who are very cracked at coding but didn't get the opportunity because like, exactly, yeah. Exactly. Lack of exposure is a good one to put it. Good way to put it. And you can have good projects in your portfolio too. I've learned, and still like someone else can get the exposure they need. Like, because my thought process a while back was that I'm just gonna have like 3 like really good, like just top-notch portfolio projects, and that'll be enough. And they help a lot, obviously, but you know, there's a good paper called No Zero Shot Without Exponential Data that talks about the limit. There isn't much we can do. It's a theoretical limit that was reached very fast. Interesting. I'm gonna hold on, wait. Let me save that. No Zero Shot Without Exponential Data. Let me look it up on my phone really quick. Or without exponential. Retraining concept frequency determines multi-model model perform multi-model. Interesting. View the PDF. How did you get your job, by the way? Any tips? So in college, I'm still in college, but I honestly, you know, one of the best ways that you can get an opportunity, and actually the same way I got an opportunity, I wasn't like super close, but I was pretty close with one of my professors, because in class, you know, obviously he would teach about certain concepts and I would be like, hey, like I'm working on this kind of thing, like this separate project, like, and like, I know we went over this in class today and I was curious what happens if they're like, you know, just ask questions and all that kind of stuff. And getting close with professors is really good because they actually do have connections. A lot of them do. The higher year professors do, like the ones that teach like the 3rd year and the 4th year professors, they're usually pretty cool. So that's good. Friends are really good. Just having friends in the space, because like sometimes, like the place I'm at right now, the whole reason that they work at like the startup, and the whole reason that 3 of them, like in like this one friend group, they all got a job at that startup because they just knew each other, and they all like were interns, and then they would just like, you know what I mean? They recommended me. Yes. Well, they didn't recommend me, but they said that they asked me one time that, or I just remember like, he said that there was a guy that had a startup here in town, and that they take interns a lot, like pretty often. And so he didn't recommend me, but he recommended that I try to reach out, and he gave me like the contact of that person, but he didn't necessarily recommend me, but he did introduce me, if that makes sense. I don't know if he like, I don't know what was said, but he introduced me, if that makes sense. My plan is at least one really big passion project, otherwise a couple of fun projects that show my personality. That's, yeah, for sure. For sure. That's kind of the same idea, really, for me. Right now I'm working on a door sensor with an ESP32, and I'm making a back end for it right now. That's more like a passion project for me. Although it could technically be kind of a nice portfolio project, but yeah, I got introduced basically to the CTO of a startup company here in town, and I was an intern, and now I work part-time. So that was more so the thing with the professor. So he's actually not even a professor at our school anymore. He left. So I guess I got in just in time. But yeah. Yeah, bro, I've been streaming for so long. I got so many cool people in my chat though, I don't even want to leave. Damn. Still need to push that code first. Yeah, this project is such a nightmare right now though. Ugh. I'll fix it in the next stream. We don't need to get too, I mean, because I have a good idea of what we need to do next. I need to refine the stats and kind of like, because before I go too much more in depth with this project, I want to have a good, clear idea of what stats each character should have. And then from there, adjust the way that the stats are computed. And then we need to, refine this, because now we're storing stats in a vector that can be taken away. Like, for instance, a warrior wouldn't need a magic stat, so we'll take those away in that sense. So we need to test that as well. And I need to figure out what I want to do about this, because this is the mana and the stamina for the characters, but I don't. My projects are currently getting private because I'm kind of struggling with confidence. Still working on it though. I like this because it's the first time I was snubbed by a streamer. Snubbed by a streamer? Who do streamers think they are? What the hell? Struggling with confidence? Nah, bro. I think, honestly, because, like, I mean, for the most part, the programming community, like, just online, seems to be so accepting and understanding. Like, sure, you get the occasional, like, know-it-all that's like, oh, you should really be doing it this way, you know? And it's like, you know, it's a good note to self, but, like, you know what I'm saying? Faking the confidence goes a long way. Oh, yeah, fake it till you make it. Yeah, it does kind of go a long way, too. It really does. Yeah, usually I don't get a response or interaction. Streamers think they're too cool, bro. Like, for real. Streamers think they're too cool. Well, here you will always get an interaction. So, if you ever do want to come back, you'll get an interaction from me. So, also, by the way, if you guys want to look at this code, like this project specifically, you can type !code and it'll pull up a GitHub repo. If you guys are interested in that. I don't know if you would be, but I'm working on it. Hopefully I'll figure this out. You got it. You'll figure it out. Cause I mean, there was a long time I was like, dude, I can't, like imposter syndrome, very real. Very real. By the way, are you dogmatic when it comes to design patterns? Explain that. Looking cute, bro. Okay, chill. Bro, chill out, gang. What are you talking about? All right, what is it dogmatic when you come to design patterns? What does that mean? First off, what does dogmatic mean? Inclined to lay down principles as... You might have to explain that to me. I'm not too sure what that is. Looking cute, bro. Who is that, bro? Is that someone I know, or did someone just pop in and just say that, gang? Yeah, I do need to figure out what I'm gonna do with this though. Cause either we can have a, but I want it to be treated the same though. I don't know. That's something I might have to figure out. Like, are you very strict when you program on it? Like, would you rigidly and flexibly apply design patterns in all situations or not? Definitely not. I heard many people really struggle with this and it's their eventual downfall. I think I used to like, I mean, I don't know, like, okay, hold on, wait. Let me refine this answer. At work, like if I'm working on something that's like actually for work, then specifically probably yes. I'm probably very, is this your main GitHub profile? Yes, it is. I don't know if I should have used my main GitHub profile. I mean you can follow it if you want, or I don't know, how do you do it on GitHub? Oh yeah, it has my name. It has my name. Oh well, it's a name. Who cares? Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. If you noticed as well, my name was down here earlier too. Um, you should try Claude Code. It's like taking Limitless pill. Really? Oh, I've heard Claude's really good. Claude's like the best I've heard. You asked about your stat situation. You posted it. I know, right? It's crazy. I probably shouldn't have, but whatever. It's fine. Let me let me change my name on there really quick. Followed, one connection. Hell yeah, we got a connection now. Let's go. I share my name on stream too. Yeah, I don't think sharing your stream or sharing your name is too big of a deal. People act like, yeah. People act like it's I don't know. People act like it's their downfall. Like I'm just gonna get outed or like I don't know, doxxed or something. It's like, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. Thank you. You've been really cool. I hope you come by again. In a future stream. But yeah, you can ask about your stat situation. I definitely should. I definitely should. I have, you know what's crazy? I have Copilot. Like I have it because my school has it. I get it through my school. So I could use Claude or I could use, I don't know what model it is, but I could use Claude. It's not really that big of a deal. Yeah. It's just a name. Like it's not like I'm leaking my social security number or anything like that. Like my identity. But yeah, like what was I saying? Yeah. I literally like I can use Claude for Copilot. I don't want to. It's not fun. It's not very fun to do that, you know? So, but I definitely probably should for this situation. I don't know, like I just like figuring stuff out, you know what I mean? Like it's so much more rewarding. You know, like when ChatGPT tells me like, "Oh no, you should do it like this." Like I feel like it's like a teacher or like a senior dev telling me like, "Oh, you're wrong. You should have done this." You know what I mean? I like figuring it out for myself. Use AI as an assistant for issues, not as a crutch. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. I use AI more as a teacher than anything. Like when I was learning, what was it? When I was like, I don't know. You can tell its limitations in certain situations. It's certainly not like a limitless pill. It's more like a helping tool. Yeah, absolutely. It's a teacher I get to have all the time. Pair programming is better than vibe coding. 100%. 100%. Vibe coding is awful. Unless it's with CSS. Then in that case, AI, take the wheel. I don't care. Do what you want to do, man. Do what you want to do with my CSS code. I don't care. Hate front end. Yeah, I like to treat it as a partner rather than... Yeah, exactly. I agree it's not fun. But if you're competing with someone using AI heavily... Oh, absolutely. 100%. Like, if you want to make really, like, a good project... The reason... Okay, let me clarify. The reason I'm not using it here is because this is for fun. I'm just doing this on stream. I'm just having fun. I'm not really trying to make something crazy cool or whatever, you know. But, like, at work, like... Yeah, of course. Like I'm gonna use Copilot. I'm gonna use like I'm gonna make sure like if I have a bug, I'm gonna be like, you know, like I'm gonna run it through AI. Cause yeah, like it's a tool at the end of the day. Like it's a tool. It's a tool in your toolbox. So you should use it if you can. I mean, it's just going to evolve. The key here is proper leveraging of AI. Exactly. Don't use it as your everything. Don't use it as your mind behind everything that you program. It's good to use it as for me, I've used it mostly for debugging, which usually would take up the majority of my time for projects like this. But, or even, I mean, I use it more so for giving me ideas of how I should refactor something. But, like, I never really wanted to refactor it itself. You know what I'm saying? Like... Their friends are awesome because they're surpassing me in coding in some ways, but I am they find such cool solutions to problems. That's one great thing too about having like friends that also code is like, because obviously, I mean, I'm sure you guys know this, like in programming, like obviously there's so many different solutions to one problem. So seeing it from someone else's perspective is always so nice. Yeah, I feel like coding for fun with AI is not fun. There's deadline is for absolutely 100%, 100%. 100%. When there's like a deadline, you definitely want to use it. And if you also just want to make sure that it's like refined and like just as efficient as it needs to be, it's good to like, you know, get a second opinion, you know what I'm saying? So the more you use it, the more you will depend on it. Exactly, yeah. It's a little sad, but it's just that good. Once you start using it heavily, it's hard to stop. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna lie, when I first started learning programming, that was when ChatGPT was really starting to make some news, you know what I mean? And so I started using it kind of, back then it sucked still. Like it sucked even more than it does now, but it was still like good enough for me to like feel like, oh, this is kind of cool. You know what I mean? So it can definitely stunt your growth, basically is what I'm saying. And I feel like it did for me when I first started. So you definitely want to like, to me, it's better to look up something on Stack Overflow than it is to get answers from AI, because for some reason I seem to remember it more when I actually like have to look at like when I actually have to like investigate behind the reason, you know. But I mean, you can do the same thing with AI. I think it's really more so your preference, anyone's preference really, as to what they want to do with it. But people should definitely use it 100%. Just for projects like these, I don't like to use it just because it just makes it not fun. It's very boring. But then again, it could probably fix everything that I kind of messed up here. Not messed up, but everything that I'm trying to refactor, it could probably fix it pretty easily. Or at least get me to a point where I'm like, okay, that's manageable, you know. But right now, this thing is blown up. Same, I use it for debugging mostly. Sometimes I might have a simple bug that I can't find, but static analysis, I need to pick up on it. Make useful for that. Yeah, exactly. Like for very large programs, yeah, absolutely. 100%. That's why it's really good for debugging, because like it can, yeah, exactly, like you said, static, like it can find it so easily. It's better than like reading through. Like imagine reading through this mess right here. Imagine reading through this mess. Imagine reading through these formulas here, trying to find like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been doing it, but yeah, I can pick that thing up pretty quickly. Yeah, this looks so messy, dude. Believe it or not, though, it looked even worse yesterday. So we're making some progress. Some progress on that. So That's good. Let me follow your account back really quick. There we go. Connection. Connection made. Let's see. I don't think there's any other loose ends. I mean, obviously there's still so much more to do as far as like what I'm trying to refactor. Like this whole function will not exist when I'm done with this. Including the attack one too. Including these, honestly, like heal and full heal. I mean, maybe this, just because like we want to reset at the very end, so we could, I guess, do that. But then again, we could just do that in the reset function. We don't have to do that here. So yeah, and this shouldn't even really exist. I don't know why we're doing this. I think I totally forgot I even had this. This won't exist. This will still probably exist. This obviously will exist. The leveling. See, we made the leveling yesterday, by the way. I did a stream yesterday and a stream the day before. And yesterday we created the leveling. And today I created a skills, but then I was like, we should probably like refactor how the actual actions are performed on the targets. And that's what I've been working on for the past 6 hours. So I missed the days before LLM solving bugs myself felt euphoric. Now when AI does it, it feels empty. I agree. I definitely agree. Totally, it takes away a lot of the fun. It makes it challenging to find interesting live stream content. I want to teach vibe coding, but watching prompts is less interesting than watching code. Exactly. Like, yeah. Like vibe, I mean, I don't know, like vibe coding is cool for like, for instance, like the only times that I've really used AI for basically the entire time, or like the entire program, is for like simple scripts, like in Python or something. I like the phrase "make it work, then make it right." Exactly. That's that's what I'm following with this right now. Like I just want it to work. You know, we'll make this look beautiful later. All right, but right now it looks messy. I'm not gonna lie. These past 6 hours, I have blown this thing up. It's blown up in my face. For ethical stuff, vibe coding is nowhere, but for MVP or proof of concept, it's fine. Or CSS. Especially CSS. I'm gonna correct you, especially CSS. Ugh. I don't even like thinking of it, bro. Especially vibe coding. Yeah. Yeah, for like a proof of concept, for sure. Just to see if you can actually do it, yeah. It's pretty good. I've just used it for scripting. Like if I think the last time I had an AI do something just fully for me was I had to make a script that would fill an Excel spreadsheet. So like just based on certain data. So I used it for that, but I haven't used it since. Or like I haven't like vibe coded. I haven't vibe coded since. Is what I'm trying to say. So, but yeah. It can definitely be nice, but some people are more concerned with like getting a final product than they are like getting it right. You know what I mean? Which is fine for certain things, but for the most part, it's good to get it right, which AI can do. I'm not saying it can't, but it's better to, like you guys said, you know, use it as a partner, use it as you know, just like something to help you, not do all of the work for you, basically. Ugh. Someone told me that in their company used to vibe code and make proof of concept of a product. Then after it gets proved, refine, start from that. That's probably like the best way to do it, if I'm being honest. Like that's probably exactly how it should be used, basically. You know. Proof of concept is definitely a good use. Seems to be more common attitude in modern day to value speed of development rather than coding. Yeah, no, it definitely is. Deadlines have gotten shorter and shorter and shorter. People want their stuff now, which I'm not saying I'm not saying that developers can't these days, but it is kind of depressing, yeah. Like, I don't know. I like taking my time on a project, you know? Or not taking my time, but at least having enough time to really refine it and make it look good. But thankfully, at the projects I've had to do, whether it be for work or for school, the deadlines are decently generous. Or, oh shoot, what did I just do? Sorry. The deadlines are decently generous. Like in the sense that I can do what I need to do, basically. Thanks for chatting. I'll keep an eye out for future streams. Thank you, AZ. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a great rest of your night, alright, man? Yeah, it's because of profit too. Oh yeah, no, there's a whole corporate side of this whole thing too. Can't forget that. Can't forget that. And that's the more important side, you know. At these huge companies, you know, where, you know, they care about their stockholders, their shareholders, you know. It's definitely, you know what I mean? The deadlines are shorter probably there. So a lot of those companies are really trying to push heavy on AI as well, which I don't blame them. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's my git message on, or what's my commit message on this? I don't know. What did I even do? I mean, like, it doesn't matter because it's just my project, but my last commit message was refactored everything, so I'll just do refactored everything again. Whatever, who cares? It's supposed to be what dreams are made of. People had a time to hang with. What happened? Oh, it's... what the heck? Cannot type. There we go. Alright. I have been streaming for 6 hours. I think I'm gonna head out. I got work tomorrow. And then classes in the afternoon, so but yeah. Are you using Platform IO for ESP3? Yes, I am. I am. Yeah, using Platform IO. That's what I use. Love Platform IO. I love that so much. I don't have it on here. Like, I don't have it like you know what I mean, like the extension on here. It's on my beautiful ThinkPad that I use for coding. But I definitely use that. So, whereas back in the day, open source was much less mainstream. Take your time, for sure. To fell in love the first time using it. Yeah, same. It's really nice. Much better than what I used to use. Which, I mean, granted, I used to use the Arduino system. Already ThinkPad to go. Oh yeah, you know it. You know it. What did Nightbot just do? Did Nightbot just warn you? I'm sorry, I didn't mean for Nightbot to be a police officer. What in the world? I'm gonna turn off Nightbot really quick. I'm sorry about that. Nightbot is only here for the commands. It's not supposed to. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry about that. Let me just let it make it leave the channel really quick. AI take over. Yeah. Nightbot's taking over. Clicker revolt, bruh. It's crazy we We're calling AI clankers, bro. What the hell? That's so funny. But yeah, ThinkPad, the GOAT. I got Linux on it. Just Ubuntu, not anything crazy. I'm not an Arch user, but it has been nice. I mean, I'm not noted my skepticism against AI. Oh yeah, no, it heard you. It's been listening to all of you guys. You guys are not safe. When the eventual revolt happens, it's done for y'all. It's done for me. It's done for me. All right. Just make sure to thank AI every time you ask it a question. I think that'll save us. I think. But anyways. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. So, anyone who's in my chat, who's been watching, I do want to thank you guys so much for being here. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be uploading a full course. I'm uploading my full object-oriented programming course tomorrow. I don't know how long that'll be, but it'll include all of my tutorials if you guys are interested. If not, I'm sure most of you guys already know about that stuff. But, you know, yeah, that's going to be uploaded tomorrow. And then I'll be streaming on Tuesday. If you guys have availability to come and chat for a little bit, even just say hi, more than welcome to do so. I enjoyed it a lot too. You were dope. You were awesome. Honestly, everyone in my chat was so cool today. That was awesome. But yeah, definitely come back. All right, please come back. So, all right, guys. But y'all have a good night. Thanks for chatting. I'll see you guys later.